but it works on the mics. It's the live stream. but
I'm only speaking for like 5.
yeah,
So
that's
probably
gonna
the
be
mics.
easier.
Yeah.
Do you want to just pull out the chairs from the
Testing. Hello. It's good. Yeah, I'm good with this. I think with the what's it called, the one that actually goes on. I'm only
for 5 minutes.
I'm only talking for 5, so it
Right,
wouldn't.
I'm going to use the lapel when I do mine
Okay.
because I have to.
What's the right distance?
Yes, you're gonna want to hold it close to your chest and up by about your chin or a little.
So like right here? It's too quiet? Too loud?
Yeah, so that's about where you.
This is where, okay.
Yeah, like you can move your hand out a little bit and angle it, but
But
you want it.
somewhere around here. Okay. Chin. Sweet.
How we doing? So little sleepless nights last night.
Yeah.
Okay, 6:30. We ready to start? Good evening. My name is Steve Minnis. I'm president of Benedictine College. I want to welcome you here. It's an honor to host MedCon 2020, right? 2021. I'm just kidding, of course. 2021. I want to thank the Catholic Medical Association and the MedCon organizers, especially Dr. Thomas McGovern, for your vision to make MedCon a don't-miss event for Catholics entering the medical field. For those joining us virtually, Benedictine College is students within a community of faith and scholarship. And for those of you watching online who signed up through Seek, Benedictine College is also the birthplace of Focus, being founded here over 20 years ago. I'm proud of the Benedictine College students who are here tonight, who will be filtering in as we progress, and all those joining us virtually, in order to be equipped with a vision of a joyful practice of medicine, to become linked with potential mentors and be inspired to treat patients with dignity, which is the mission of MedCon. It's perfect to have this conference at Benedictine College for a couple reasons. Over 1,500 years ago, St. Benedict wrote his rule for community living. That's this rule, the rule of St. Benedict. It's the oldest organizational constitution in the world, okay? It's really a fascinating document. If you've not read it, you should. Chapter 2 is an unbelievable chapter on leadership. Chapter 4 is so powerful. We have one of our Benedictine sisters says that she reads a sentence a day out of chapter 4. It's very powerful. Now, I got to tell you, there's some pretty boring things in here. What Psalms you read in the middle of the night between Easter and Pentecost. I will tell you my favorite chapter is chapter 22, the sleeping arrangements of the monks. St. Benedict says that you should sleep in your own bed. You should wear your habit to bed in case you get called out in the middle of the night, but not to wear your knife to bed because you may cut yourself. We think that's wonderful advice, okay? But that's not one of the concepts of the rule that I think is powerful for this group here. Two concepts from the rule important for those going into the medical field. First, chapter 36. It reads in part, care of the sick must rank above and before all else, so that the sick may truly be served as Christ. For he said, I was sick and you visited me, and what you did for the least of my brothers, you did for me. The sick must be patiently borne with, because serving them leads to a greater reward. The other key concept is the value of the humility of hospitality from chapter 53, in which St. Benedict writes that every guest should be greeted as Christ. Every guest should be greeted as Christ. If those in the medical field see every patient...
First off, I'm very excited to be here. Not too long ago, just a year ago, I was in your guys' shoes. Graduated from here, so it's pretty special. Benedictine's a home to me in a lot of important ways, but I'm honored to share my experiences with you, and hopefully they're helpful in some way. So when I think of my decision to go into medical school and to become a doctor, I like to view it in the framework of a vocational discernment process. It became apparent to me, at least as it seemed to me, that medicine wasn't going to be like another job, right? I read something, a really beautiful article, probably 2 or 3 years ago, written by an intern in residency, and she was saying that the formation of a medical student and a physician in training is really practice for a life devoted to the corporal and spiritual works of mercy. And that was just really beautiful, right? A lifelong practice to devoting your whole life to the spiritual and corporal works of mercy. All the learning to be had, everything you do, all of the hoops you jump through, everything. It's not to be some super successful doc, with high status. It's actually to be at the service of a patient. There's an ethical imperative to do as well as you can for your future patients. As soon as that became real for me, and I was cognizant of that, my quality of pursuit of medicine just changed. So taking a step back from the, esoteric discernment talk, some practical things that I went through was, I would say there were some big moments, but there was a lot of little moments that actually led to me going into medical school. So I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona, and decided that I wanted to study philosophy and possibly become a doctor. So I wanted to find a good Catholic school where I could get orthodox training in philosophy, but also be more than adequately prepared to go into medical school. And at the same time, early in college, I was discerning a call to become a priest. So Benedictine just was a great fit. So I moved from Arizona, came out here, and just on the pre-med front, did all the pre-med classes, the requirements, and the shadowing and all of that. But there was nothing really special, right? I liked the camaraderie in my classes. I liked the challenge. But it wasn't until going into my junior year, I had the opportunity to go to Ghana. I was blessed to travel all the way to Africa for 8 weeks. And it was there that I was a global health intern, doing research, collecting data, but also volunteering in a clinic. And in Ghana, what I realized was how I really wanted to help these patients was not possible unless I was a doctor. It just came up multiple times. My host family was saying, when you're a doctor, you need to come back. When you're a doctor, please come back, all these things. And I just realized as much as I wanted to help these people, I couldn't, with the training that I had. And so coming back from that, I realized, well, all right, I think medicine's for me. And so I went to a few discernment retreats. I had regular spiritual direction and realized that what was more consistent in my path was just an excitement to sanctify the temporal order from within, right? To be in the world devoted to a lay apostolate versus, the call of a priest, sacrificing for the faithful with the Mass. And so with those two things, I had this clarity and confidence going into the MCAT and going into applying and that rigorous process that whatever ends up happening, this is a vocational decision, not a career one. And I was blessed to get into one of my top choices at KU Med. I love it there. Right now I'm working with the Catholic Medical Association in some leadership capacities. There's great mentors, and I don't know what I'll end up doing, but it's a discernment process. And thank you guys for listening, and I'm excited to be where I'm at. So thank you.
Gabe, that was an excellent lead-in to a decision that many people are going to have to make. So I want to give some practical insights into how to make that decision about going into medicine. And my clicker is probably in my backpack. Yeah. Sorry about that. So many things we're looking at. So away we go. So do not be afraid to choose a vocation to medicine, or to put in the battery the right way. There we go. So some students might be afraid to answer the call to medicine or a medical profession. After all, medical school, nursing school, postgraduate training are daunting. They require long hours of study, long hours in the hospital, and often there's a long list of fears that can hold students back. So how are we supposed to navigate these difficulties? Somebody who's been, pointing the way for me is John Paul II. This is a picture on his election day, October 16th, 1978. And he said, I have been afraid to receive this designation as Pope. What? Who knew? John Paul actually said he was afraid. But 6 days later, he came out to the world, and what did he say during his inauguration Mass? Those famous words. Do not be afraid to open wide the doors to Christ. He had 6 days to reflect on his response to the invitation from Christ to be the Pope. And he believed Christ wanted him to tell the world that he had been afraid and that don't be afraid. And so he said, I present myself to all of you, confessing our common faith and our hope and our trust in the Mother of Christ and the Church. He had hope instead of fear. He had hope for the future. And so hope is what? It's anticipated joy. It's the opposite of fear, which is what? Anticipated suffering. So if you are here and online, if you're here online, you are anticipating joy in healthcare. And what is joy? It's an experience every person seeks for its own sake. And it's not the same thing as pleasure. Pleasure is when life feels good. It's not the same thing even as happiness, when life goes well. Because when you're suffering, there's really no pleasure, there's really no happiness, but there can be joy. So what is joy? Well, joy is a positive emotion that is the reward for a life lived well. Or as St. Thomas Aquinas would say, a life loved well. Because Aquinas says in that list of fruits of the Holy Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience, he said each one exists because of the one that comes before it. So love has the fruit of joy, joy has the fruit of peace, etc. So when we love and are loved, joy is a natural result. But in plain English, joy it happens when we are becoming the best versions of ourselves or becoming holy. We each hope that a career in the medical field will fulfill us. But sometimes that hope is blotted out by fear, which anticipates suffering instead of joy. So in 1993, John Paul came to the United States again, to Denver, where I had moved 6 weeks before that. So I heard this live. So when he came to America, he said, "Do not be ashamed of the gospel. It's time to preach it from the rooftops." So how does a medical student, nurse, or doctor preach the gospel from the rooftops? There's no rotation for that. We don't even do that in the CMA. Well, it starts with discerning and following your call, your very specific call in medicine. In 1995, the Pope again came to America. Gosh, he was always over. And he said, and I have a video, we don't have audio, so I'll tell you what he's saying here. He's telling seminarians in 1995 in New York, you must enter into an intimate relationship with the Holy Spirit and with all your gifts in order that the Lord's intention for you may become clear. In other words, this is the first of 10 tips I want to give you on discerning a vocation to medicine. If you know your gifts, you will have a better idea of what your call is. God does not make you a hammer to screw in screws. He doesn't make you a screwdriver to hammer in nails. If you're a hammer, you got to go find those nails you're meant to pound in. So when God calls, if you know your call, you can answer with a resounding yes. And then your hope, instead of your fears, will be fulfilled. So my hope started when I was quite young. I'm the one in the wagon, not the hairy one. And I thought from a young age, what should I be when I grow up? And I've been thinking this way, it's the way God made me. I'm sorry, I think too much. My wife knows it. It's one of her crosses to bear. In our family tree, there's nobody in medicine. I am the black sheep. There's a lot of teachers, no medical people. But at the age of 10, I decided I wanted to be a doctor, despite the very important fact that I was not particularly good at the game of operation. In fact, I actually feared that I wasn't going to be able to become a doctor because it buzzed a lot, when I played the game. Nevertheless, I still hoped that medicine would fulfill me, despite the fact I made an egregious error. I never once watched a doctor do what a doctor does, except when I was the patient. It was all in my head. Please don't do it this way. You should experience it first, because part of decision-making is experiential. So the second of my 10 tips is whatever vocation you're going to go into, it should satisfy your mind and your will and your emotions, your whole human self. So I went to medical school in Rochester, Minnesota, where I entered Mayo Medical School, and I wanted to be a family physician. I know we have family physicians in the room and future family physicians in the room. Why family medicine? Because I believed that a family physician could do everything. And as we have learned from the sage philosopher Emmett Burkowski, what? Everything is awesome, right? So I thought, but then I had a dermatology rotation in medical school, second year of medical school. At Mayo Clinic, they start you on clinicals early. I remember one day, I was a medical student in there on rounds with an attending, and we were actually seeing patients in the hospital. Yes, believe it or not, dermatologists have set foot in hospitals and live to tell about it. And my professor at the time, I won't name her, but there was a lull in the conversation. And I said, Dr. So-and-so, I asked a question about the patient. And she looked at me with her laser beam eyes and said, medical students do not ask questions. Oh, all right, then. So then, also on this rotation, the head of the department of dermatology, Mayo Clinic, it's the end of a clinic day. I was following a resident seeing patients. He says, Tom, how would you like to learn how to do a hair pluck? And you often will pull out 40 to 60 hairs if someone has hair loss to examine the end of the hairs to see what phase of growth they're in to help figure out what's going on. And being the enterprising medical student, I said, well, of course I'd like to do that. So he sits me down, and he takes the rubber tip chemostat, pulls out 60 of my hairs, says, see, that's how you do it. And he left. I was nonplussed. I was even less plussed, maybe negative, whatever the opposite is, because I learned from friends of mine who judged a local junior high science fair that somebody's daughter had an exhibit on hair plucks. So my hair ended up in the science fair, and he never told me about it. And then finally, I was following a resident there who I often couldn't find. It's like, where's Dr. So-and-so? I'm supposed to be seeing patients with him. Ow, he's probably in the restroom reading the Wall Street Journal to see how his stocks are doing. So my attitude toward dermatology, and I am a dermatologist now, was this. Yes, not joy, disgust. It's important to notice, though, that my disgust was not due to the specialty. It was due to some interactions I had with people who worked in the specialty. Well, then during my third year of medical school, I traveled with a group of young adult singles to Medjugorje. On a plane on the way there, a nun, not this nun, but a nun, in confession on Good Friday at the base of Mount Kraljevic, and then on Easter Sunday, this is 1987, a woman from Florida coming out of St. James after Easter Mass, all said to me, either you're going to become a priest, or the priest said, you should seriously consider becoming one. And I'm like, is this God calling me? So I was on an Army scholarship. I got permission from the Army and from Mayo Medical School to take a year leave of absence. And so I started here, Immaculate Heart of Mary Seminary, Winona, Minnesota, on the shores of the Mississippi River. And what I discovered there, and the second man here is Father Don Schmitz, who was my spiritual director. What I discovered there is that I was in love with studying to be a priest. I was never in love with the idea of being a priest. There's a difference. Again, it was all in my head, the same mistake I'd made with medicine. So tip number 3 is get a spiritual director, someone you can trust to help discern what the Holy Spirit is telling you. Father Mike gives this advice. It's good advice because we can't do it on our own. We can get stuck in our heads so easily. So I only was there for a semester before I was asked to leave because I wasn't exactly emotionally stable. So I go back and I have a half a year before I can re-enter medical school. So I said, what am I going to do for half a year back in Rochester, Minnesota? So I remember during our first year, we took this Myers-Briggs type indicator, kind of a personality test. And according to that test, I was an INTJ, and then they had what medical specialties lined up best with that. And it said, I should like more than anything else in the world, research. I should find a job in medical research because I should just love it. And lo and behold, at Mayo Clinic was someone who grew up in my little hometown in Upper Michigan who ran the Allergic Diseases Research Laboratory. And he had met me before. In fact, one of the what do you call it? Not best maid, bridesmaids was his nanny, who is now a sister, is a nun, which is kind of fascinating. So he liked me. So I did work with immunofluorescence, Helicobacter pylori bacteria. And I actually got to present my research here in Neu-Ulm, Germany, back in 1989 at the beginning of my senior year of medical school. While I should have loved research medicine, according to the testing, this is how it made me feel. For me, there was not enough happening. Research is really painstakingly slow. You have to like doing the same thing over and over again and seeing what results you get. And maybe, once, twice a career, you find something really neat. I was told I was good at research, but my 4th tip is just because you're good at it doesn't mean you have to like it or do it the rest of your life. So it was back to school, to my 4th year of medical school. I said, what am I going to start with? Okay, what else should I love? Well, I'm a Catholic, and I'm going to be a doctor. I take my faith seriously, so I should love missionary medicine. So I hooked up with a physician from the Philippines who traveled all over the place. And we traveled to at least 8 different islands over an 8-week period, including on this boat where I got tremendously seasick. That's why I was in the Army scholarship program, not the Navy, didn't even apply to the Navy. And they fed us food I had never heard of before, but they were so darn friendly everywhere we went. And I did my first excisional surgery there. I worked in a Vietnamese refugee camp there. While I should have loved it, the experience internally left me as dry as dust. It was really odd. I actually did get to do a few things to help people, but it just wasn't it. So tip number 5, it's not immoral to find some area of medicine unfulfilling. You don't have to like areas that you think other people want you to like. So I went into some deeper discernment. I actually did a 30-day Ignatian retreat. I made it a whole 14 days before I couldn't take it anymore. Yeah. So anyway, but on the retreat, I realized why I was not happy with the idea of being a family physician. Because I realized that every specialist, even a generalist, is an expert at something. And it hit me, what are they experts at? They're experts at building relationships. Well, I also like math. And in math, we have the Venn diagram. Well, the Venn diagram of relationship skills in me looks something like this. It wasn't a good fit. And then there was the aha moment. And that is, I was confusing the specialist with the specialty. So don't confuse the specialist. I realized I loved all the family physicians I met. They were wonderful human beings, a very different personality than me, so we usually hit it off. So don't confuse what a physician, who he is, with what he does or she does. And then I had to admit to myself, I was happier knowing everything about nothing as a specialist than nothing about everything as a generalist. So tip number 7, this was one of the biggest ones for me. Admit to yourself what you really enjoy, not what other people think you should enjoy. And thanks be to God, during my last year of medical school, I could do a bunch of different specialties, and at the end of it, thought I wanted to be an ophthalmologist. So tip number 8, try on as many hats as you can. You have to experience it to know. And don't look at what the med student does. Don't even look at what the resident does. Look at what does the practicing physician in that specialty do. Well, then, because I was on Army scholarship, I had to go to an Army hospital. I didn't know what specialty. Well, I was thinking ophthalmology, so I did a rotating internship. 13 4-week rotations. My first 8 weeks were supposed to be on OBGYN. You'll notice they're crossed out. Yeah, I saved this sheet. And when they found out that I would not prescribe contraceptives or assist with sterilizations, the head of the rotation, who in his spare time flew around Georgia doing abortions, said, "You're useless. We don't want you." So there were 4 of us taking every 4th night call planned. Well, without me there, they had to take every 3rd night call for 8 weeks. They hated me. And they gave me an extra month of general surgery to start with. But by the end of that grueling rotation, they said, "Tom, would you like to be a general surgeon?" Well, thanks, but no. But they said, "We're going to give you a gift." They gave me an elective. The next 4 weeks, I could do whatever I wanted. So I knew the next year I'd be working, probably seeing sick call in a troop medical clinic. And I asked doctors who had worked in troop medical clinics, "What do you wish you had known?" "Oh, that's easy. Dermatology. We saw stuff on the skin all the time and didn't know what the heck it was." Remember this in dermatology? So it wasn't my idea, again. But on that dermatology rotation, I met this man, Marshall Gwill. His picture must be in the dictionary next to the phrase Southern gentleman, because he still is. He's actually at Dartmouth now, but he was an Army colonel at the time in dermatology. And after 2 weeks on the rotation of walking me through, he said to me, "Tom, I think you should consider dermatology. You'd be good at it." Wow, no one had ever taken an interest in me like that and said that. He changed my life. It's like, I really do like this. So tip number 9, if you can, find a mentor, someone you want to be like, who you can pick their brain, watch them, and again, help with the wisdom and skills they've gained. So sometimes listen to your gut. And for someone like me who was usually stuck in his head, that was a hard thing, but it was a freeing thing. So number 10, sometimes trust your gut. And now we're going to have a panel that you can listen to how they will answer your questions that you ask about how they overcame any fears or uncertainties to answer a call to a medical vocation so their hopes could be transformed into joy. So now I'm going to invite down Gabe LeBeau, medical student, 4th-year medical student Colin Connor, who has been accepted into a family medicine residency, and Dr. Francesca Ursua, who is an intern in family medicine in Nebraska, to answer questions that we ask you please to send in to either medconquestions@gmail.com, or you can call or text them to 303-994-2170. And Dr. Stanford needs something with which to ask questions, so I guess we're going to have to pass around one of these. Is this one on? Let's see. There we go.
Yep, that one's.
Take it away, Michelle.
There aren't any questions yet. So do we have any questions in the room? I was going to have an email, but that's okay.
So 2 of you want to go into family medicine. How do you feel about knowing nothing about everything?
to that. I'm Francesca. I'm the intern in Family Med. It's funny that he said that. It's really true that we become experts in building relationships, and that's not only with our patients, but it's with the other specialties. I kind of view our specialty as, if I think of a patient or a person in front of me as like a puzzle, and I'm helping them get to what the picture they want to be, I'm the one helping build the, I don't know how you approach puzzles, but I usually do the outside first. I'm helping like put the pieces in place to direct them to who they need to get to, where they need to get to, and how they need to get there. And so I may not know a whole lot about all the questions they're going to ask me about all the rashes that they've ever had in their life. I certainly won't know that. Or the way a surgical procedure will go. But if I have a good relationship with those specialties and the people in them, then it'll better facilitate the patients getting to where they need to be, rather than them being like, oh my gosh, it's a consult from another family physician. So that's kind of how I approach it. Like, I fully embrace that I'm gonna know very little about a lot of things, but I'll know who to ask the right question to for the patient.
I totally agree too. Like, it's rewarding to see the patient like as a whole. Not that you can't do that as a specialist, but that you really get to see that puzzle picture completed more often than specialists would when it's so segmented. So yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm getting into, but I'm excited to know a little bit about everything.
So there's one coming in from online. How do you find shadowing opportunities as an undergraduate?
So for me, just because I have the mic really quick, I didn't really know I wanted to do medicine like wholeheartedly until after I graduated. So I didn't get a ton of shadowing experiences. I only shadowed once in undergrad, and then went to a free clinic for a year afterwards and worked there. And so that was basically all my shadowing experience. So somebody else that did more of that can answer.
Yeah, it's hard for me to remember. And I also didn't decide until later, so I also shadowed only like once.
I did a lot of shadowing and recently, so you just got a cold call. Just be okay with people saying no or not responding. But it's important to really ask a lot of people to shadow. And like Dr. McGovern was saying, you don't know if you want to be a doctor until you see what doctors do. So I would say shadowing is super important, not just for an application, but to actually know that you want to do medicine. So yeah, shadowing, I think just asking people and just being okay with them not saying yes. And with COVID, I don't know how it's going to work, so I feel for you guys, but I'm sure Bill's saying it's bad. But telemedicine, I wonder if there's some ways to do that, other volunteering opportunities where if you're savvy with tech, I'm sure you can actually end up getting more hours than you could before. So, but yeah, you just got to ask people and be okay with being told no.
I'm going to make a comment while Francesca before her. So the CMA does have opportunities for mentoring. And so if you join the CMA as a student, we have a section for mentors. And so people will sign up to be mentors. And so that's one way. I know for myself, I'm in private practice. And because I don't have a hospital telling me what I can do, I've had students shadow me during COVID and safely. And so I think if you find somebody like that, you certainly can. So through the CMA, there's lots of opportunities.
That's exactly what I was going to say, actually, so I'm glad we're on the same page. Yep. Plug for the mentoring app.
She's talking about the mentoring app, which is a program that through the CMA as a student. This one, we actually have a section about this, but you guys can answer this. What do you do when you feel overwhelmed with all the schooling and residency years?
Do you want to start with the youngest? Youngest in training.
I have the same question because I'm the youngest in training. I think remembering why you went into medicine in the first place, realizing, there are some sobering realizations that all my engineering friends and nursing friends, and they're all going to have jobs, and I've got a long way to go, but I'm not going into medicine for the same reason that I would just get a job, right? And so I think realizing that all the years ahead are for something greater, and then at the same time just realizing that it's exciting. You get to learn some cool stuff, you get to help people along the way. Even as a medical student, you can volunteer at free clinics, apply your knowledge, and it's a very exciting field to be a part of. And yeah, just focusing on those types of things, and yeah, realizing why did you want to become a doctor in the first place.
Yeah, I think staying whole as a person is super important. Like remembering that you're more than just a physician. And I think especially for me, like keeping my spiritual life up in medicine was really important. Like the beginning, you just get overwhelmed, and yeah, you don't take time to pray. You like neglect those things. And when I started to realize like I need to make those things a priority as well, I think it made studying easier. Like God will give you the grace if that's what you're called to do, to be a physician. And yeah, you just have to be a whole person. You can't like tunnel yourself into just being a medical student studying for tests. You're a whole person, and you need to make sure your whole self is like flourishing.
So we actually have a section tomorrow at 10:30 that Dr. Beard will be doing on burnout, so we can tune in tomorrow as well. Did you guys have more comments to that?
I can wait till then.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So someone is asking how you know if you like research or just clinical practice.
I know I don't like research, so yes, so because I have done it. I have done both the like laboratory research side as well as the more like survey and like psychological research side. If anything, I like that stuff much more than the lab. I think because I am in family medicine and because I like people and understanding how they think, and so that's why I like that side. But kind of as Dr. McGovern was saying, like you don't know you don't like something until you try it, and you're like, yeah, definitely not for me. And that was what laboratory research was for me. Is it nice to have on an application? Sure, but one of the big things that I emphasize for like anyone like starting to apply to medical school is that like people always ask like, oh, what should I do to get on my application? And really, it doesn't necessarily matter a whole lot what things you do as much as it is what experience you get from it and what you can talk about from that interview. Because like if you do lab research and you're like, yeah, this was a miserable like year or so of my life and I didn't really learn a whole lot from it, and I didn't learn about myself from it except that I don't like it, then that's going to be hard to talk about in an interview. So yeah, just doing it and then seeing whether you like it or not, and then moving on from there for something else to put on an application. But do either of you guys want to talk about anything else? I'm about the same. Yeah, don't like research.
I kind of like research a little bit. I know I don't want to do research in medicine even this early in med school, but there is something cool, especially as a medical student, to be involved in projects that are going to advance care. And depending on what specialty you're really interested in, I mean, there are some cool labs out there that even just doing a summer, you know, but I know I don't want to do laboratory research for my specialty, but something that would kind of incorporate the advances in care, which I think is something cool to be a part of, especially as a medical student. But yeah, you won't know until you do both, so definitely try it.
I will just make one other comment. We had some medical students who have done clinical research, and we have our national conference that we have poster presentations, and so there's again some opportunities through the CMA that you can do clinical research. There's another question about the application process and just kind of talking a little bit about that.
To med school? We're not, okay, med school,
Grad
not residency.
They said grad school, so I'm assuming they think med school.
Let's see. That was like 2 years. Okay, so for the application for med school, it's pretty extensive. There's a lot of like population thing. You got to populate a lot of boxes in the common application. I think it's called AMCAS. And the process itself is really just seeing what schools do I want to go to, what schools do my stats fill, but at the same time, I think what's more important is what school do I actually want to go to. Where would I accept an interview? I think that's one of the biggest things. And then the biggest advice I could give for applications is apply as early as possible, because it's rolling admissions. So Some people will apply later, and classes could be 75% full. And so your chances of getting in kind of start to periodically go down the later you apply. So applying as early as possible. And the other big thing, try to only take the MCAT once. Don't think of it like the LSAT for law school, where you just send in, I think that's right, hopefully. You just send in, your best LSAT score. With the MCAT, they can see everything. So try to really knock it out of the park the first time, and just, do your due diligence with the MCAT on the first round.
What clubs or organizations do you recommend people getting involved in college that help for medical school, getting into medical school?
Pre-med clubs are helpful for just the information, so I think definitely joining those clubs, that was helpful for me early in college, just to kind of see what the people in front of you have been doing that's been successful. But outside of that, I don't think you want to fill an application just to get into school. So an application and a resume and a CV should be reflecting what you've done. You don't try to fill a CV. So really what you're passionate about, what you can interview well for, what you like doing, what's fun. One thing that's not medically relevant at all that I did, I loved coaching youth soccer. So I did that for a while, and it was great, and that was a big talking point on my interviews. So just doing little things like that. Yeah, there are some things that I think are important, showing, research is probably something you might want to get involved in, have some experience, but at the end of the day, just you want it to be something that reflects you, not you filling a box. Does that have anything else?
And we're going to have time tomorrow to cover that in, what medical students wish they knew about college medical panel that Dr. Beard's going to lead. So keep sending in the questions because there's a lot of good ones. We're going to have a panel after this next talk. I'm going to give some more specifics now on how to choose a special area within medicine once you've made a decision to go into a medical specialty, whether it's nursing, therapy, medical school to be a doctor. And here we go. So this is more specialized. The first talk was really about how to decide whether or not to go into a medical specialty. Now it's like within medicine, what sub-area to go into? Because again, we want joy, right? And joy, not surprisingly, is found in a different Venn diagram than the one I showed you. And when I was searching Venn diagrams, I found this. I said, I bet I can use this in the talk. So when you have a candy bar with nougat and caramel, you get the Milky Way. When you find a candy bar that has just nougat and nuts covered with chocolate, it's the original Mars bar. And then you get the naked bar of just caramel and nuts, that's the payday. But you really hit it big at the center when you combine all three, caramel, nougat, nuts, wrap it in a chocolate cloak, and you get the Snickers bar. Yes. And man saw the Snickers bar that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the Snickers bar is a metaphor for joy. Once you reach this point of graduation, you don't want to say, so what do I do next? This was my goal. What's my next goal? You need a different Venn diagram. And the question is, what's in the Venn diagram? Well, not cats. And they're not going to tell you what's supposed to be in there, but there are 3 things in it. And it can be found on this 2x2 matrix. Yeah, there's 4 things there, but we're only going to put 3 of them in there. And these are some realities. The first thing is something that's true about you that you feel, that you believe, that other people can't tell. That is where you find meaning. We don't all find the same things to be meaningful. There's many good things in the world. The second thing is something objectively true about you. What are you good at? What skills have you developed or are you developing? And then something that's objectively true about the world outside you. That is, what does the world need? Those are going to go in the Venn diagram. The fourth thing is what's objective or what's subjectively true about the world outside you. That is what people are willing to pay for. And the Japanese call this ikigai, but we're not looking at the pay. We're just looking at, you find joy where what is meaningful to you meets what you're good at and meets what the world needs. That's where joy is. And this joy, of course, is a reward, as I said, for a life lived well as you become the best version of who God made you to be. So you can apply this to many different areas within life. Your specialty, your job, your apostolate. I mean, How many of you want to find your Snickers bar? Hopefully all of you do, right? So we heard mentioned earlier the AMCAS. Well, they actually track applications to specialty programs, and they have 36 questions when graduating medical students are choosing what to go into about how did you make the decision to choose your specialty. And those 36 things, there were a top 8 that were strongly correlated, and they boiled down to 3 different categories. The first category is related to personality. Students say they just want a specialty where the happy specialists have a personality consistent with mine. They also want something that has optimal stress. We really don't want low stress, and we don't want high stress. We want to operate at the peak of our capabilities. That makes most people happy. And then finally, they want it to be meaningful to them. And that term optimal stress has been codified in a psychology term called flow. So we're going to talk a little bit about flow. But first, personality. Okay, personality is a complex thing, but it can be simplified in that it has 2 main components, temperament and character. Temperament is something you're born with. Character is something you develop. Animals have temperament. Angels don't, because temperament's in the body. Angels have character, but animals don't, because that's in the soul or the spirit. So on this Venn diagram of finding your special, where does temperament fit? Temperament tells you something that intrinsically makes you good at certain skills and helps you find meaning in certain areas. Temperament is how you are hardwired at birth to react to certain stimuli. And I'll get into that. So this little guy, he's got a temperament, but not much of a personality yet. He does now because he's 15. Temperament is biological, it's involuntary, and based on an emotional response. Character is psychological, voluntary, and based on reason, and we grow in it. Temperament is stable. Like a block of marble, it's always a block of marble. But character matures with time. So that block of marble, it's always marble, but it can be carved into something like the Pietà. Okay? It's still marble, but the character matured. And so what are the stimuli that we get emotional responses to? The 5 senses, as well as memories or ideas. Let's make this real. So after any stimulus through our senses, memories or ideas, we have an external response. So if you drove home from here and you saw your house on fire, you might scream. Stimulus, fire, response, scream. But there's something going on inside. In between the stimulus and external response, there's an internal response. And what do we call that? We call it emotions, or we call it feelings, or in Catholic theology, we call it passions. It's all referring to the same thing. Emotions are in the body. They tell me what it wants before I can even think about it. Yeah, the emotions, the amygdala in the brain, it operates faster than your reasoning area, the prefrontal cortex. And emotions tend to move us toward a perceived good, not necessarily a real good, a perceived good, or away from a perceived evil. And the 4 basic temperaments are simply described by the speed and the strength at which your emotions come on. And they tell you an awful lot about yourself. So speed of emotions. If your emotions come on quickly, you tend to be an extrovert. If they come on slowly, you tend to be an introvert. Now, this is on a continuum from extreme extroversion through ambiversion in the middle through extreme introversion. So we're somewhere on there. The easiest test to know in general if you're an extrovert, ambivert, or introvert is this. What does social interaction do for you? Does it energize you, or does it drain you? Or do you need a certain amount of it? There's this theory, the brain activity called the reticular activation system. And all of our brains like an optimal level of stimuli. An extrovert doesn't have a whole lot going on of natural activity. So to get to the optimal level, they need a lot of external stimulation, being with other people. An ambivert, someone in the middle, they have more activity, but they still need more, and they need some social activity, not as much as an extrovert. And then finally, the introvert, they might be almost full. That's my wife, and I tend to do this to her a lot, which is a dangerous thing because then all heck breaks loose, okay? Then you've got strength of emotions. Are your emotions, when they come on, tend to be stronger or weaker. If they come on stronger, you tend to make decisions intrinsically based on principles more. You tend to be more concerned about truth in conversations and more rigid in your decisions, whereas those with weak emotions tend to make decisions more based on how they'll affect relationships. They will speak more with tact than with truth, and they tend to be more flexible in their decisions. And these are not black or white. They're just tendencies we have. I'm sad we don't have the sound here, but what you can see here is the bumble ball. We had a bumble ball in our house for our kids, and it was often in the toy box, and if you kicked the toy box wrong, it'd start jiggling all over the place. That's what it feels like to have strong emotions, okay? There's always something going on. And those of you with weak emotions don't know what that's like. And what they've actually discovered in brain research, that's the front of the brain, back of the brain, left and right, is that people with more active left prefrontal cortices, okay, they dampen the emotional response of the amygdala. And that tends toward the two temperament types that are sanguine or phlegmatic, that don't tend to experience strong emotions. Whereas those of us who are who have blessed with a more active right prefrontal cortex, doesn't dampen the amygdala and the emotions. And so those are cholerics and melancholics who tend to have stronger emotions. Now, people have come up to me after I've given talks, physicians, and say, well, you know, personality is more complex. Yes, I'm talking about temperament, part of personality. Well, the big five is the way you really want to look at it. You know, they have these 5 different dichotomous or, continua. But if you take that and you're trying to do something practical, how many different combinations are there? 2 to the 5th. That's 32 different combinations. Not very useful in day-to-day life. But what you'll notice is, out of those 5 categories, 2 of them are exactly what we're talking about: speed and strength. That gives you 2 squared, or 4 basic types of temperaments. Hopefully you have done temperamentquiz.com to kind of find out where you fit on the continuum. Because if it has, the rest of this talk is going to be very practical for you. Now, if there were just 4 different temperaments, and again, this is going to be a continuum, those whose are people-oriented extroverts are called sanguines. Those who are people-oriented introverts are called phlegmatic. Principle-oriented extroverts are known as cholerics, the classic type A, and then principle-oriented introverts are melancholics. Now, in psychology, they refer to strong emotions as neuroticism, which is a horrible term. Strong and weak emotions is, I think, better. Now, people said, Tom, you're putting people in boxes. Absolutely, they're easier to handle in boxes, right? No, I'm not putting people in boxes, although this was a really cool thing that some photographer did. No, everyone's on a continuum. So you've got, rapidly changing and slow changing emotions on opposite sides. You've got weak emotions and strong emotions on opposite sides. So somebody, sanguine, but everybody's going to be somewhere, within this pie. So someone might be very sanguine right in the middle, but they might also have a lot of choleric in them. Or they might be choleric with a lot of sanguine, or choleric with a lot of melancholic. I actually sit right about here, a lot of choleric with some melancholic. But, everybody is somewhere on there, and we're born with it. We can modify how we act. We can't modify what our natural reactions are internally, but we can externally. Now, wouldn't you rather work in your life, in your career, in your apostolate, in your family, going with your strength as much as possible? Because you may have heard the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, that oftentimes 80% of the results in our life are from about 20% of the effort. Well, what if we could be, instead of 20% of the time using our strengths, 80% of the time using our strengths? I mean, we can't do it 100% of the time. I mean, we all have things to do we just don't like to do that we have to do. But what if we could do them more? Well, let's look at what are the strengths, the natural strengths, not supernatural, natural strengths of each of the temperaments. The phlegmatic, slow and weak onset emotions that are short-lived. They kind of come and poof, they're gone. So what are strengths of somebody like that? They're incredibly calm by nature. They are dependable by nature. Because what don't they have going on? They don't have rattling back in their minds all those strong emotions. They're incredibly patient and have a lot of common sense. And because they don't have strong emotions or focused on, they can sense yours quite well and are great with empathy. And once they decide they're going to do something, they have a will of iron. And like the people in this photograph, they make great diplomats. Because diplomats have to keep their cool. by nature, they are cool. Then you've got the sanguines. They have fast onset emotions, but they're weak, and they don't last very long. So they're the classic squirrel. Oh, ice cream. I'd love to have some ice cream. You're going to give me chocolate, too? Annabelle, did you remember that assignment? They're shifting a lot. But what are their strengths? They live in the here and now. They're not so worried about the past. They're not particularly worried about the future. They're with you. Like I was telling some people at dinner, they're often smiling. My daughter, who's a sanguine, I have 3 sanguine children, thanks be to God, because it's so fun to be around them when you're having a stressful day, or any day for that matter. When she was 2 years old, we introduced her as Monica. She stomped her foot and said, "My name is not Monica, it's sunshine in a bottle." Because we called her that all the time, because they're so darn joyful by nature. She was born smiling. It was incredible. They are generous by nature with themselves, with their time, with their things. And they say, a stranger is only a friend I haven't met yet. They love adventure. They're quick to say I'm sorry and to ask for forgiveness. And they have a great amount of energy. Then we move on to the choleric. The choleric, who nobody likes, it's the way some of us are born. Fast onset, strong emotions that last an awful long time. So we are a cross to bear for introverts. I know that from my poor wife. I guess I'm her escalator to heaven. But cholerics do have strengths, apparently. Usually are intelligent, highly energetic, and according to my daughter, I have to insert this. You hear about the Energizer Bunny. He was arrested by the police, charged with battery. Yes, thank you. They have a strong willpower, although they didn't have a strong enough willpower to resist throwing that in. We have a high confidence level, tend to be independent thinkers, incredibly competitive. I mean, if they're going to keep score, you might as well be competitive, right? But more than anything, cholerics crave challenge and action. That's really what drives us. And then finally, the melancholic. Melancholic, slow onset, but after they build up, they're strong emotions and they last a long time. What are strengths of melancholics? Rules are there to be followed, and I am following them. They're quite reflective. They think before they speak. They have a passion for justice, and especially the downtrodden or the less fortunate. And they're better than intelligent. They're wise, which is practical for people's lives. Their loyalty is off the charts. Having a melancholic friend is a true gift. And they're consistent. What you saw is what you're going to get. And they're incredibly compassionate. Now, everybody has a blend of temperaments, a primary and a secondary. So hardly anybody is just sanguine, just choleric, just melancholic, or just phlegmatic. And yeah, each of those characters, Tigger's a sanguine, Rabbit's a choleric, poor Eeyore, the melancholic. And then, who doesn't like Pooh? Phlegmatic. So here's something important I learned. This is quite practical. When do we use our primary temperament? When we want to do our best, when there's no reason not to. It's our go-to. So we've got those strengths. But we also have some of the strengths of our secondary temperament. And when do we use that? When the primary isn't working. So classic example, I'm in medical school. So at Mayo Clinic, you've got so many levels when you're on the service. You've got the attending, the fellow, the resident, the intern, a fourth-year student, a third-year student. So if I'm a third-year student and I'm choleric, am I going to be able to take charge of anything? Nope. And so I realized looking back that I devolved often into my melancholic secondary temperament, being quiet, loyal, detail-oriented, helping them to look good. But now that I get to run my own little surgical area, I can use those skills to help organize my team. And then there's this. When does stress particularly happen? When none of our natural strengths of our primary or secondary temperament are working. So for my particular temperament, that would be human relations things. Someone doesn't like me. What do I do? I have to learn from someone who's good at that how to do it. So what does research into temperament tell us about different areas of medicine? Well, the bottom line is that any temperament type can find fulfillment in any specialty, but it may be in different settings within those specialties. So the simplest consideration is medical specialties just based on introversion and extroversion. And as I said, we tend to seek optimal stimulation. We all want a full cup. We don't want to be overflowing, We don't want to be partially empty. And so one study that looked at this on the scale, extroverts tended more towards surgical specialties. And if you worked in a hospital, there's a whole lot of personality going on there. Ambiverts tended to gear toward primary care, family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, and some would consider OB-GYN there. And then controllable lifestyle, the introverts, because they didn't want any more social interaction than absolutely necessary. They tended toward other specialties like those listed here. Now, it's said that each of the temperaments has a primary need and a primary goal. So for sanguine, the primary need, frequent social interaction. So if you're sanguine, you probably don't want to go into medical research unless you are a quite unusual sanguine. Goal is social recognition. Be recognized as a friend, somebody important in your circle. Cholerics have a need to direct others, usually not just to be bossy, but that's what we might be called, mainly toward what? Meeting some personal challenge. Again, we crave challenge and want to organize people to help meet an important challenge. Phlegmatics have a deep desire to serve others, and they want to act traditionally. I have a son who's kind of an even mix between melancholic and phlegmatic. He's 15, and he's always asking other people how he can help them. It's just natural. And then the melancholics, they're thinking most of the time about what's the best way to do this. And they're watching you do things too. Yeah, they're always watching. Remember Roz and Monsters, Inc.? Melancholic. So they want to fulfill high standards, and they want to not so much correct others, but instruct others. I've learned there are more wrong ways to wash dishes than I ever realized that I've learned from my good wife, which is just fine with me. So specialty by specialty, let's take a look. Studies of anesthesiologists. These are all over the board. There is no consistency here with any particular temperament type being drawn to anesthesiology. Unlike dermatology, where there's a strong bend for a choleric or melancholic or a mix of those. It's interesting, in my practice, there's 4 of us partners. Each of us has a different primary temperament, but none of us is a mix of sanguine and phlegmatic. So each of us actually has a melancholic or choleric. And in one study, 25% of dermatologists were one of the 16 types of Myers-Briggs, which is my type, INTJ, which is only 2% of the population, but 25% of dermatology, which was fascinating to me. Emergency medicine, strong tendency for a mix of sanguine and choleric. So that would be the highest energy, most extroverted. Family medicine, not surprisingly, as I said, to me, they specialize in relationships, so they had a very strong tendency toward mixing the 2 most empathetic types, which are phlegmatic and sanguine. General surgery has actually changed through time. So in the 90s, there was a strong bent toward choleric, and over the last 20 years, it's been drifting more toward a melancholic preference. Internal medicine is one of those specialties that always has and still does seem geared toward melancholics liking it. Melancholics are very detail-oriented. Think of your CPAs, your engineers. There's a whole lot of melancholic energy going on there. And if someone's designing a bridge you're going to drive over, you want them detail-oriented. Neurosurgery, surprisingly, like dermatology, a strong mix of melancholic and choleric. So I know some of you from KU Med Center here know Dr. Camerata, who's head of neurosurgery there. He is a total choleric melancholic, and he's wonderful. And I know another one in Georgia, he's a melancholic choleric. Every neurosurgeon I've met seems to be a mix of these two. You don't have to be, but it seems to draw. Neurology, like internal medicine, they like working with complicated, detail-oriented things. They have to think through a lot, really attracts melancholics. Melancholics are in their heads thinking a lot and speaking not as much. But when they speak, it counts. Obstetrics and gynecology, this is one of my co-hosts on Dr. Chris Stroud, who's just like the friendliest guy. I don't know why he likes me, but you just can't help by liking him. And I was thinking, is this going to be like family medicine? But the studies, like anesthesia, all over the board, no particular primary one. But orthopedic surgery, yeah, that's a bone there. Orthopedic surgeons, really strong choleric. I mean, and they're usually like sports, and yeah, they fit the stereotype. ENT, surprisingly, a lot of cholerics attracted there. Pathology, like other detail-oriented ones where you don't have to spend a lot of time with live people, attracts melancholics. And then pediatrics, not surprisingly, similar mix as family medicine. You know, the most playful, lighthearted combination, sanguine and phlegmatic. Plastic surgery, like neurosurgery, like dermatology, seems to attract mixes of melancholic and choleric. And then we come to the quintessential phlegmatic specialty, psychiatry. They are such darn good listeners. They're patient as can be. And I've known a lot of psychiatrists with strong phlegmatic bent. Radiology, can you stand being in a dark room a lot of the time, looking at a lot of images, often melancholics? And then you've got research medicine. So in research medicine, and even though I didn't like it, we need good researchers. But you've got to be somebody who's willing to do repeated experiments and not necessarily see big changes. So who are people who tend to like to do that? A mix of melancholic and phlegmatic, which interestingly is often the mix of some of the best philosophers. So that's the temperament part of the talk. Now there's something else we often don't consider, but we need to because we're Christians, and that's something called spiritual gifts. And the Catechism of the Catholic Church said spiritual gifts are special graces which make us fit and ready to undertake various tasks for the renewal and building up of the church. Vatican II, Lumen Gentium, said that these gifts are perfectly suited and useful for the needs of the church. So back to our Venn diagram, temperaments said something about meaning and skills. Spiritual gifts tell us a lot about what our skills are. Remember the Pope said, be aware of your gifts. And the needs of the world, because our spiritual gifts are there not for us, they're for the world. So how do these spiritual gifts differ from our natural talents? The results are supernatural when we use our gifts. The fulfillment we get is greater when we're using our gifts. The change that's wrought in other lives is greater with our gifts. And our gifts can only help others, not ourselves, unlike our talents. Now, grace builds on nature, so they're both important. Our gifts help our talents to be even more effective. So it's been said by people who know more about this topic than me that your gifts support your personal vocation, and that Mother Teresa's personal vocation was to serve the poorest of the poor. So what spiritual gifts were included in her list? Mercy, missionary lifestyle, service. Billy Graham, what was his personal vocation? It was pretty obvious. Bring the gospel to millions. He had underlying gifts that included evangelization, missionary lifestyle, and teaching. How many spiritual gifts are there? Different lists say like 20 to 24 based on the letters of St. Paul. He's the one who talks about them. And these gifts have certain characteristics. They assist your talents. And everybody has an assortment. Yeah, so if you like chocolates, you can pick your assortment. No one has just one. So we all have a mixture. And what are some characteristics of them? They energize us. They make us feel like we found our niche in life. We are fruitful in the lives of others with painful struggle. For instance, if I had to be in charge of a hospitality ministry, oh, how the world would suffer. Okay, it's not my thing, but there's other people who are excellent at hospitality. For instance, your gifts will be confirmed by others and spontaneously. They will come up to you and tell you. So if you have the gift of teaching, wow, I never understood that before until you said it to me. That was great. Or if somebody with the gift of mercy, someone might tell them, no one else comforted me until I met you. I don't know what it is, but you just comfort me. When we're using our gifts, our satisfaction with life is as high as it ever gets. And it might be the answer to the question, what can I not do? I know a priest. And he told me once, Tom, I think I could be a hermit and go out and just pray and read. And then he stopped himself. Nope, I couldn't do that because I could not teach. He's an exquisite teacher in our diocese. And what's the best way to learn your spiritual gifts? Well, the best way I know right now is this whole process through the Catherine of Siena Institute called the Called and Gifted Seminar. There's seminars that come to you, or you can do them. It used to be DVD, and maybe now it's downloadable. But it's a process. It's not a one-time thing. I recommend it for those as part of this MedCon to do the spiritual gifts inventory through the Diocese of Cleveland. That's a good start. But just because you scored high in certain things, it doesn't mean it's your spiritual gifts until you've discerned that it really is. And they've got a whole process through the Catherine of Siena Institute. Now, by discerning your gifts, you can avoid two important things. Number one, burnout. Avoid having the life sucked out of you by spending time where we're not gifted or skilled. Because if God's given you gifts, he means you to use them. And we also avoid saying yes when we should say no. I mean, how many of you have the problem of having said yes too many times in life when you should have said no? It's a hard thing. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do. And a key benefit is that if you learn your gifts, you'll learn your call. And that's very freeing, which makes it easy to say no. So I'm going to go through a few examples of some of the spiritual gifts and how they differ. And there's two pairs I want to go through because they might seem similar, but they're different. On some of the inventories, it has leadership and administration as the same thing. They are different. Somebody with the gift of leadership says they are restless unless they are working to accomplish a personal vision. I have been like this since I was a kid. It drove my parents nuts. I always had to be doing something that I considered was a big deal. My poor parents. Someone with the gift of administration says, and I've never said this, I love a mess that I can bring order to. Very different gifts. So leadership is often focused on the vision. What are we going to do? Why are we going to do it? In military lingo, they'd be the strategist. In a movie, they'd be the director. While as the administrator is someone who's gifted at incarnating a vision. In military speak, they'd be the tactician. They're not about the what and the why. They're about the how. In a movie, they're the producer. So someone with the gift of leadership might be drawn in medicine toward being a founder, a president, a CEO of a clinic, a hospital, a multi-specialty group, a mission, or an innovator in something in medicine. Where somebody with the gift of administration might be drawn to be a project manager, a clinic director, a hospital administrator, organizer of a mission, or director of a research lab. Leaders and administrators need each other because every what of a leader needs the how of an administrator. This conference, okay? I've been focused on the how, on the what for so long, and before Michelle Stanford joined me, I didn't have a how. She is a tremendous how in getting the details put together, so working together, we can use our strengths to get it done. It's so freeing when you find other people to work with whose gifts complement your own. Then the gifts of knowledge and wisdom, they're different. Knowledge uses information as its base, and someone with the gift of knowledge can see relationships, patterns, and understanding from basic information. But someone with the gift of wisdom takes knowledge and applies it in practical life situations of people. That really helps to change their lives for the good. So someone with the gift of knowledge has a compulsion to seek information and make sense of it. Okay, this is one of my gifts. If I am not talking to you or working on something, I am reading. I am just sucking in information. It's just the way I'm wired. I love doing it. And I'm always thinking, how could I teach this to people? I've been that way since a kid. And maybe some of you have been. But knowledge is always combined with another gift. It doesn't stand alone. It is combined often with wisdom, or teaching, or encouragement, or writing, or leadership. Wisdom, though, seeks concrete solutions to people's lives. And people will tell them, that was really effective. I don't have the gift of wisdom. So when I give advice, it's on a natural level. I don't have the supernatural gift of wisdom. In medicine, someone with the gift of knowledge might be a good lay medical writer, a researcher, faculty member at medical school or residency, legislative expert. Whereas someone with the gift of wisdom might be especially good as a medical ethicist. There are some really thorny problems to try to unravel. They might be great on a management team, making tough decisions, and they might actually be able to come up with an effective electronic health record. I don't think there's a gift for that, but if there is, it's wisdom. The gift of service has been called the duct tape of charisms. It's the most common one. And someone with the gift of service is always scanning their immediate surroundings to see what can they do to be helpful. Oh, my young, melancholic, phlegmatic son totally has the gift of service. That's all he's doing. How can I help you more than I can help me? And perhaps someone with the gift of service might be great in a specialty that serves other specialists, like anesthesia, pathology, radiology. They might make a great medical mission volunteer, patient advocate, because they're concerned about that person right there with them. Then you've got the gift of encouragement. These people say they feel most alive when someone is talking to me about the concerns in their lives. That energizes them. It doesn't energize me. I can do it as a physician, but it's not something that revs me up. But there are people that it does rev up, and they are told, you have a gift for listening. They might be especially good in addiction medicine. Oh, huge need in our country with that. Critical care, palliative care, big need. Primary care, psychiatry. They might work in an organization as a wellness director. What's a wellness director? Someone who makes sure that the staff, the doctors, the nurses, the therapists, that they are mentally and physically well. Medical director of a clinic or a faculty member. Then there's the gift of teaching. Whenever somebody with this gift is learning something new, they're immediately thinking, now how can I teach this to someone so they can understand it? And they will say, I eat questions. I just love questions. So last night when I gave a talk on the Passion of Jesus, my favorite part of the talk is answering the questions. And so if you have a gift for teaching, you probably just love doing that. While a teacher could be in any specialty, you know, they might be great on a faculty, they might be great writers or putting together videos for patients. In fact, in my group, they have me do all the little short videos that we do for our patients. Missionary lifestyle. Somebody with this gift has a zeal to joyfully use their talents or gifts where? In another culture. They are just driven to do that. They passionately desire to spend time with other cultures, and they're restless if they can't. And I've seen this multiple times. People who become missionary physicians can do the most good if they typically have both of these specialties. I've seen this. You know, some of you might know Sister Dr. Dee Dee Byrne. You know, she's not only a religious superior, she was a colonel in the U.S. military who specialized in both family medicine and general surgery and has served in various countries in the world as a physician. Those with the gift of mercy are passionately attracted to who? People who are suffering. And they are told by other people, you are so tender. We could really use people with this gift to care for patients in critical care. As hospitalists, primary care doctors, and this especially difficult specialties of oncology, palliative care, and physical medicine where there are long-term, challenging, complicated problems. And they might be especially good in an indigent care clinic. But remember, your gift must be and will be confirmed by others. Remember, it's a process. Take the test, it's a place to start. So we talked about temperaments, spiritual gifts. Now I want to talk about flow, which I went into detail last night. I'm just going to go a little bit into it now. But flow, first described by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. He's one of the early psychologists in the positive psychology movement. Why did there need to be a positive psychology movement? Because in mental health, for so many decades, we were just focusing on disease. Well, let's focus on what makes people happy. And so when he was interviewing people who were operating at the top of whatever area of expertise they were at, they described this state where it's like they're almost being carried along. It might be in music, poetry, writing, sports, whatever they were good at, and they described themselves, I'm just being carried along like along down a river. And flow is a positive high adrenaline state, which is the opposite of anxiety, which is a negative high adrenaline state. And I spoke last night about 3 steps of turning, you know, a challenge, a threat, or anxiety from anxiety into flow. And this 3-step paradigm of reframing the situation, being mindful and challenged, you can learn about. Dr. Kevin Majors, the psychiatrist at Harvard, who's a committed Catholic, taught me this, but flow is basically being in the zone. That's kind of the lingo that we've used the last 30, 40 years. It's when you are operating at your best. All 120 bits per second that your brain can process are being focused in one specific area. And when we're doing something in a state of flow, we have extreme clarity about what we're doing. We know what to do. We know how we do it, that we can do it, and we are living in the present moment. We're not even monitoring if we have a pain in our back, if we have something we have to get to in another 10 minutes. We're all there. As an example, Mother Angelica, when she was discerning her vocation in Canton, Ohio, she would spend time in church in adoration. And in her initial biography, before the later one, she talked about going into adoration, and she thought, gosh, my mind wanders. I've probably only been here 10 minutes. And she'd look at her watch, and she'd been there 5 hours. She was in flow in adoration. That's a wonderful place to be in flow, because when you're in flow, you're all there. You're all in the present moment. You're not worried about the past, worried about the future. And flow is its own reward. We don't seek flow to get something else. It's a state of joy. And one way that the psychologists think about flow is on this diagram where you've got a challenge on the y-axis and your abilities on the x-axis. So if your challenge is low, but your abilities in that area are low, you just don't care about it. If your abilities are a little higher, but it's low challenge, you're bored, you know? And if your abilities are high, yeah, I'm really good at this, but you know, it's easy. If your concert pianist playing chopsticks, not so much. So if you've got an area, though, where there's a higher level of challenge, but you don't have enough ability to make it, you know, you start to get worried and a little bit stressed. But if it's a more moderate challenge, but you've got strong abilities, you know, you just feel in control. But it's still not as good as flow. Now, if you've got a really tough problem that you've got to fix, like my wife wakes me up at 2 in the morning and says, Tom, the sump pump is overflowing, and the thing out, the pipe is just pumping it back into the house, and we have to go out into the thunderstorm and cover it up. I wake up really badly. High anxiety. Thankfully, she's cool as a cucumber, tells me what to do. If your abilities are a little higher with that high level of challenge, well, you're kind of aroused, but you're not really at peace. But then flow. Flow is the sweet spot where our highest abilities are meeting the highest level of challenge, or we might be just pushing the envelope to get better. That's when we're in flow. That is the happiest place to be operating as us as a human being. I naturally, looking back in my life, have typically gotten to flow playing piano, running, during surgery, or researching topics. But as Kevin Majors, the psychiatrist who's been on Dr. multiple times, talks about, we can achieve flow in doing anything when we do those 3 steps and when we put love into it. When anything we're doing, we're accepting as a challenge for growth in love, in virtue. So where does flow fit on this diagram? Well, flow again tells us something, looking back, on where we find meaning and where we have skills. It doesn't necessarily say anything about the needs of the world, but when we do it with love, you know, Mother Teresa do small things with great love, it's helpful. So I would ask you, looking back, what gives you flow, particularly in the area of medicine? And I want to caution you, there is something that's common in our society that looks like flow to some extent, but it's not. Video games. Okay, video games are designed to attract all of your attention. But this is a state not called flow, but called hyper-focused. Hyper-focus. What's the difference between flow and hyper-focus? If you are in a flow state and someone interrupts you, you're generally not angry. Okay? But because you are focused on the process, you are having joy in what you are doing, not on the outcome. Video games, or hyper-focus, is outcome-oriented. You get interrupted doing that, you're upset. Oh, I'm not going to get the score I wanted to get now. So that's one way you can discern if something you're in is flow or hyper-focus. When you're focused on the process, you're like the Asian archery teams. Okay? They are more concerned about how they drew back, their position, where they released with their breathing and their heart rate, than they are with where the arrow hits. They might get a bullseye but be upset because the process was wrong. And they might not get a bullseye but the process was just right, and they're happy with that, focusing on the process. So remember that I've talked about 3 specialty choice factors that medical students listed. Well, we've talked about personality, something that's true about ourselves. We've talked about flow. And just briefly about meaning. And it's very simple. Where do you find meaning in helping others? What specialty, what job, what setting? And with experience, you'll know that answer. Because where you find meaning, you want to find out where meaning and needs of the world come together. So keep track of what gives you flow in medicine, and where do you find meaning in helping others. Because we can help others in a lot of ways, but they won't all be meaningful to you. So putting it together, you got temperament to help you here, spiritual gifts to help you there, flow to help you there, your experiences to help you there. And then you don't have to settle for the Milky Way, Mars bar, or payday, but you can have the joy of the Snickers bar. Thank you. So we now have time for some more questions from our student panelists. We have 10 minutes as planned. So if you have questions, if our panelists could come back down. about looking at different specialties that they've observed, what you'd like to know about them, please send in questions again, medconquestions@gmail.com, or call or text 303-994-2170. And here we have our microphone for our panelists.
I don't have any from online yet, but anybody in the audience? Oh, behind me? Did you have one, Gabe? No.
Okay, so hi. So actually, I'm a senior right now, and I'm admitted in both physical therapy school and biostatistics in public health. Actually, I was wondering which side should I go first, because based on Dr. McGovern's talk, I find the meaning to help others in the elderly group, and I want to try to bridge the gap between the practical and the theoretical field. So that's a reason why I would like to do research and do the physical therapy. However, I don't know which field should I step in first. Do you have any suggestions for this?
That's a great question that I feel like maybe none of us have experience
Well,
with.
well, I'll take a stab at it.
That's what I was.
So, I mean, first of all, figure out where do you find how much time with people do you need to be optimally happy? That's one thing to look at, because if you're doing biostatistics, that's going to be mostly time away from people alone, or maybe with a few colleagues. Whereas physical therapy, is more time with people. Now, there are, like I said, you can find joy in any special area, and you can almost custom make just about any job in medicine. So you can find a niche where you're seeing some patients and also doing the research. There's nothing wrong with that. And you may need a background in both of them. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're drawn toward both of them, it may be that you're going to find a way to do both of them in a way that's going to help patients. But know yourself better. Where do you find the joy? And if it's some of each, it's like for me, I now do surgery all day long. So there's a variety in that each patient's different, but I'm doing the same thing every day. But in my apostolic life, I get to do all kinds of crazy, wild things that are a blast. But I wouldn't be happy doing always the same thing or always something wild and new and innovative. I need that balance in my life. And you may need the balance of both of them. So there's nothing wrong with the answer of, I just want to be full-time physical therapy, I want to be full-time biostatistics, or I'm going to do a mix of both. You're probably going to need more experience to do it. But you've got the freedom to find that mix.
There are some questions. How long did it take you to find out your specialty?
That's a great question. I came into medicine pretty last minute. I just kind of went for it, and I didn't really know all the different kinds of specialties that I could do going in. So I didn't really have in my mind I always wanted to be a family med doc. So medical school is separated into the didactic portion for the first 2 years generally, which is just classroom learning about all the things, and then 2 years of rotating through different specialties and different clinical experiences, basically month by month or every 2 months. And so since I didn't have an idea going in, I was like, I'll just keep a very open mind when I go clinical, and then we'll see where we go from there. My very first rotation was family medicine, and I was like, this is great. I love this. And then my second one was peds, and I was like, this is also great. I also love this. And that was pretty much my attitude about every single rotation after that. And at the very end, getting ready to apply, I was actually between general surgery and family med, which from Dr. McGovern's talk, those actually fit on one slide. And I think that the way I approached that was I really like to do a lot of things for a lot of people and try to serve in any way possible. And the difference for me to decide what I would choose, well, I'll tell you one way I did it and then the actual way that I did it. one way that I thought I would do it is I was like, okay, I'll ask my family and my friends like where they could see me, and I'll talk to like the mentors that I have in each of those different specialties, and that was like sort of helpful because like my family and my friends were like, you should definitely do family medicine because then we get to have more time with you. But the general surgeons were like, you should definitely go into general surgery because you have great hands, like you have surgeon's hands. And but the way that I actually did it was the application process came around. I said, okay, I'm going to start writing a personal statement, and whichever specialty comes out of that is what I'm going to apply for. And I started writing, and what just flowed out essentially was family medicine. I said, okay, I'll go for it, and if the Lord doesn't want this, he'll close that door, but stayed open, and here I am. And the choosing is truly not over, because from family medicine, you can still choose a fellowship, so we'll see what that door holds, but that's where I'm at right now, and that's kind of how I made that decision.
I feel like I don't have much to say. Mine was very similar to that too. Like I kind of decided on medicine late, and then got there with an open mind, and got to go out to a rural place with a family doc my first year of med school for a week, and had like an amazing experience, and kind of fell in love with family medicine then, and then just kind of kept discerning if that was like the right choice. And like you said, you just like all those different parts that are part of family medicine, peds or OB or whatever it is, and that kind of confirmed my choice for me. And yeah, I really felt like I feel a lot of joy when I'm doing family medicine, and I have the variety of clinic and inpatient and things like that. And so just having that affirmation of joy is a big thing.
The next question is probably for you, Colin. How do you balance your passion for your career with married family life?
Are you ready? Yeah, sometimes it can be tough, but it's a ton of fun to balance. I got married my second year of medical school, and right before STEP is a great time to get married. But no, you recognize that like that vocation comes first. So the big V, is that right? Like vocation, that is what is going to come first always. So I knew I wanted to marry my wife, and I didn't want to put that off because of medical school. And so we did it in the middle of medical school, and the Lord is going to bless that. And then again, with having children, we wanted to have a child, and so the Lord blessed us again with a child here 2.5 months ago. And yeah, I think you just have to recognize that comes first over medicine, but that like they're also going to be there to support you, and it makes like a world of difference. Those first like 1.5 years when I wasn't married, like I don't know, I had to do everything like separately from her and by myself. I had to get meals ready and do this and that around the house, but then you have somebody that helps you and is always there to support you, and anytime things are going poorly is there to encourage you, and it's incredible. So I don't know, the balance, I don't think about like how I balance it. You just kind of have to know your priorities and keep communicating with your spouse, and I don't know, it'll fall into place like if you keep your priorities straight, I think. Yeah.
I myself am not married, but I went to the military med school where we have generally an older population, so we had a lot of people in my class who were married and had a lot of kids. And being on the younger side and loving families, I mean, I'm a family med doc now, so I offered a lot of my time to support and be there for the spouse that was at home and their children, because if both people are not in medical school, like one is going to be away for a lot of the time. And I think a big thing that I learned from the spouses that I was helping, that they told me is like, whenever I would offer help, they were like, yeah, I learned a long time ago to not say no to someone offering to help. And so I think a huge thing is really establishing those friendships, or like continuing your friendships from before medical school, and like maintaining a community, because like even though yes, you are a family unit, but you are not meant to be an island, and making sure you plug into like if there's a spouses club at that college, or sorry, at that medical school, or at your local church or anything like that, but like being open to receiving help, because it will be an uphill battle for the family, not just the person in medical school. So like the balancing of the life is not just for the student, but for the whole family.
And I think this is a good opportunity to take a break from our first panel. Thank you, panelists. We're going to take a 15-minute break and be back with our next panel on dealing with some of the complicated issues that might happen in medical school. So welcome to everybody who's online with us tonight, everybody who's watching it recorded, everybody in the room. We're into our second panel, which is how to engage peers and faculty during medical training, especially about the faith, because a lot of people in medicine don't think the faith has a very big role in it. But there's something that those people are missing, and that is our patients generally want faith to be a big part of what's going on. We were blessed to have some, world-class talent here tonight. I think you're going to enjoy. And we're going to start this again with what we call a story from the trenches. So we have Colin Connor, who you met in our last panel, is a fourth-year medical student, married, has a child, going into family medicine next year. And he's going to talk about, they think I'm crazy to be Catholic in med school. And then following up and leading this panel is Glenn Stanton, who's someone I had the true gift to meet last October at Focus on the Family in Colorado Springs. Glenn is their vice president of family formation. He's a committed Catholic with a background in philosophy and religion. He debates challenging topics like LGBT issues on secular college campuses, and you just can't help liking him, as I'm sure you will. But right now, I want to turn the mic over to Colin Connor, who's going to talk about some interesting experiences he's had.
Thank you. Yeah, just thank you for the introduction. I'm Colin, fourth-year med student at KU, just down the road in Kansas City. So on the topic of why people might think I'm crazy to be a Catholic, I just thought I would share a few examples of areas where that comes up, and then more of like a story where it was kind of obvious that people think I'm a little crazy to be a Catholic. So the examples, like these happen quite often, and it's more that you suspect that somebody might think you're a little crazy for what you do or what you believe, but they don't necessarily say something or act out or anything like that, but you kind of notice them acting maybe a little different. Some of the small things are even just like making the sign of the cross before I eat my meals and praying. People kind of like pause or look at you across the table. Other things would be like when you're in a small group at our school and the topic of abortion comes up, or same-sex marriage, birth control, IVF, whatever it may be, and you're maybe a little more quiet than everybody else, and maybe you ask a question that's in the complete different direction than everybody else is kind of going. And then there's bigger moments where you don't do something. You say, no, I'm not going to do this. Like stepping away from the operating table when they're doing a tubal ligation, or saying, no, I'm not going to put that IUD in like you asked me to. And those are bigger moments. They don't always tell me, hey, I think you're crazy for doing this, but they definitely pause, and you can tell things are a little different after that. But nothing really compared during medical school to the moment I'm going to tell you about. So I was interviewing for family medicine this year and applied kind of all across the country looking for a broad spectrum family medicine program. I found a lot of great places, but I applied out west to a program, and they gave me an interview. It was a program that I thought I could really like. They were going to do C-section training. I could probably do colonoscopies like I wanted to. They worked at a Catholic hospital. They had good inpatient, outpatient training, and they were in this gorgeous location. So I thought this could be really good. A few days before, though, I'm researching my program and trying to get prepared for the interview, and I see on their Instagram page that they are all wearing shirts in a big faculty and resident photo that have the LGBTQ flag on them. And I'm like, maybe I shouldn't interview here. Maybe I should cancel. That happens quite a bit. That'll be fine. But I'm just an optimist at heart, and I'm like, okay, God could be calling me to be a light here. I felt like I was really filled up during medical school with good community. Maybe I could be a light there. Maybe they value diversity and like difference of thought. Or they had to read my application, so they knew I was Catholic. It was obvious in my application. So I gave them a chance, and I went on this interview, and everything was going fine. Talked to the residents, a few faculty members, and then I talked to the associate program director at the very end of the interview. And somehow my faith got brought up. I really wish I could remember if she was the one that brought it up. But we start talking about that, and I asked most of the programs I was going to, I said, hey, I'm a Catholic, and my beliefs will not allow me to do certain things. And I would tell them about birth control and the laundry list of things I would not be okay doing. Is that okay with your program? And she, you could see her visibly get like upset, and she kind of went on to take up the rest of the interview with talking. She told me that she felt we got to the topic of birth control specifically, and she said that I would not be giving women like what they deserve, that it's a right to get birth control, and that what the dagger was to me is that she said I would not be giving my patients the best care. She said that to me. She had just met me, and she thought I was not going to be the best physician I could be to my patients. And so that was a big moment for me, where you realize, yeah, people think I'm crazy for what I believe in, and it hurts that people think of us in that way. But I am here because I want to encourage you, because those moments are going to happen. The culture doesn't seem like it's going in a different direction. Like when you go to medical school, those things are going to happen to you. And so I want to encourage you to embrace them. They're a gift from the Lord to be able to suffer just a little bit with him. And in the Gospel of Matthew, he tells us, blessed are they who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for the sake of others, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they insult you and persecute you and utter every kind of evil against you falsely because of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward will be great in heaven. And I think that, that speaks to this. Jesus said this was going to happen to us, and we have to embrace that. And we have to recognize that our reward is not here in medical school or in residency or our career in medicine, but it's truly in heaven. And we have to have that supernatural outlook to make it through, because these situations are going to occur to you, with you. And I want you guys to have that encouragement to embrace them, even though it can be difficult. So I just want to leave you with that, and know that you're a Catholic before you're a physician. Even though you're a Catholic physician, you're Catholic first.
Thank you. That's awesome. I love how God orchestrates things. That I just met Colin a minute ago, didn't know specifically what he was going to talk about. I could just go off on his talk, which I may just, because God just brings it together wonderfully. And I love the fact that you said, yeah, they're all wearing those flag shirts. I'm going. And that highlights a good bit of what I want to talk about. And I am going to introduce Rachel in just a minute. She is a focus missionary here on Benedictine campus, doing very, very important work. So I think the three of us are going to be able to bring in some very interesting angles. What I do at Focus on the Family, which is an evangelical organization, pro-family organization that is situated in Colorado Springs, I am, Dr. McGovern introduced me, I'm the Director of Family Formation Studies, which basically I'm the staff sociologist and anthropologist and theologian studying family as an institution. I don't know much about like how to make family work. I'm not an expert on doing that, but I'm an expert on why it works and how and why society needs family. And as Dr. McGovern said, I get to go out, and I always say that, I get to, it's not I have to, I get to go out to hostile audiences and debate and articulate the things that we believe as Christians. Focus on the Family is an evangelical organization. I'm a Catholic there. I became a Catholic, came into the church about 8 years ago. Before that, I was an evangelical, and I still consider myself an evangelical in spirit and temperament and things like that, and that's how I operate at Focus. And we have a number of very good, solid Catholic folks at Focus, but I get to go out and articulate at that medical center, Colin, that you went to university campuses on why we believe what we believe. And I love doing it. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that from the very beginning. Basic principles on evangelization and apologetics. Defending why we believe what we believe. And what are the basic qualities of that? Through the 2000s and, the 15s, 2010 and up to this, present decade, I've been going around and primarily debating not life issues, but gender issues. Gender, same-sex marriage, the trans issue, things like that. And it has been fascinating for me to be able to do that. And I love to do it because one thing, and it's interesting, that was true of your experience, is what I call the new fundamentalism. The new fundamentalism of the left. You know what? They learned one thing about you and they already knew everything they wanted to know about you and just dismissed you. And you can respond to that by saying, wow, that's very open-minded. That's very diverse. That's very welcoming. And so it's important in a fun, lighthearted, but very serious sort of way to challenge that kind of new fundamentalism. And first of all, now when I go out and do these debates and I'll tell my friends at work, hey, I'm going to, such and such campus, University of Wisconsin at Madison, and we're going to talk about, gender, like, oh my goodness. And then they come back and they'll ask, Glenn, did you win the debate? And I have a response in my heart. I mean, these are my friends. I love them. I'm like, you know what? You're a moron. It's not about winning, right? It's not about winning. And that's the first principle that we need to understand, that we are out to win hearts and minds, not out to win arguments. You know what people are called that are just bulldogs and can bark somebody into a corner intellectually and tell them that they're wrong? Those people are called obnoxious. People don't typically respond well to people like that. But to engage another person, I mean, it was God Himself, who knows everything, said, come, let us reason together. I mean, God could have said, come, let me tell you everything you need to know because I know everything. The one person who legitimately could say that said, come, let us reason together. We, as ambassadors of Christ, ambassadors of Jesus, have to be that same way. When I go to a campus, it's to engage, not to confront, not to tell people that they're wrong, but to engage, to get people to think differently. So we are out to win hearts and minds. Now, a lot of Christians think, well, we're out to win hearts. Let's just be nice to people. Let's just be winsome. That word bugs me. No. It's fine for you to be a little obnoxious and go, no, I'm not going to do this. This is the line for me. I'm drawing this line. You don't have to be obnoxious in this, but this winsomeness that we always have to be kind, we always have to be nice, we always have to show the Mr. Rogers side of ourselves. You know what? It's not a bad thing, but we don't always have to be that. Jesus was who Jesus was, okay? But there was also John the Baptist too. And what did Jesus say of John the Baptist? Nobody born of a woman is greater than John the Baptist, So there is that time for hardness, for toughness, but we don't want that to be our natural MO. We want to come in, Paul says, as much as is possible, be at peace with all people. I love that as much as is possible, because that assumes like sometimes it's just not possible. Sometimes you just have to tell it like it is, you know? And so that's critical, to win hearts and minds, not just arguments. Jesus did not die on the cross for arguments. He died on the cross for people. That's what we are seeking to win. That's what we are seeking to persuade. The next is to engage the person, not just the ideas. We have so many young people who, and Rachel and I were talking about this today, that like, oh, I know all the answers to all the problems. You know, just, does God exist? I can convince you that God exists because I know all the right textbook answers. You know, like, no, nobody was ever logically checkmated into the kingdom. You know, well, you've got to become a Christian because I proved to you. You know, like, no, that's not really how it works. That we have to engage ideas, and we have to be able to compete in the world of ideas, but that's not the ultimate purpose. The ultimate purpose is the person themselves. St. Pope John Paul II, I came into the Catholic Church primarily because of him. The right answer is Jesus, always with Christians. But with St. Pope John Paul II, I learned so much from him. And one of the big things that people who knew him say, and when you read about him, people will say, he was the most intense listener that I have ever seen. And I think it's fascinating because what turned me on to him was, as a philosopher, his philosophical skill, his wisdom, his insight, what he knew. But as he engaged people, he wasn't, I'm John Paul II, I have a lot to teach you, so just listen. No, he was, I have a lot to learn from you. And that was a big, big example to me, to be an intense listener. Engage the person, not the ideas. And that leads me to the second thing, or the third thing, is to, in terms of doing apologetics, listen twice as much as you speak. Well, gosh, you're doing apologetics, you're doing evangelization. You have to be the one speaking. No, if you're a good listener, and JP2 understood this very well, if you listen to people, if you connect with people, you can take so much in about who they are, about where they are, what their fears are, what their hopes are, things like that. And so, for us to be sure that as evangelists, if you will, that we are excellent listeners. I see that so many times, good Christians like, just stop talking. You know, listen to the experience of the other person. It's interesting that one person told this story of meeting JP2, and John Paul said, oh, we have met. We met a number of years ago. And this gentleman said, no, your Holy Father, I'm sorry, we have not met. And he said, oh, yes, we have met. And he's like, no, I'm sorry, I would remember that if we had met. And John Paul recalled where they had met. And he told him the situation. He's like, okay, that was you? Yes, we have met. I mean, that's the thing with John Paul, was the person in front of him at every moment was always the most important thing going on. And he remembered people. He remembered people. And so that's important for us as students, as followers of Christ, is to think sometimes our ears are the most important evangelistic sense and tool that we have, more than our mouth, because what we hear informs what we're going to say. That's very, very important. Another is to develop the skill, and this has to do with listening, but to develop the skill of asking searching questions. Asking searching questions. Questions can be very diagnostic, and that is listening to the person and to be able to say to the person, now, if I heard you correctly, you said that your greatest fear was X. Or if I heard you talk about the pain that you are experiencing from your father. Anybody who hears that from you is like, okay, I'm listening. That's what Jesus did. Jesus listened to people like that. And people felt like they were being listened to. But asking searching questions, because asking searching questions can both eliminate things that are in the way between the truth and where the person is, or they can illuminate the truth itself. It's interesting. I'll give you an example. A number of years ago, there was a multi-campus event on gender up in Denver, and I will go to these things. This was a big gender conference, and I like to go, and I was actually invited to this one. They say, let's have one of those wingnuts from Focus on the Family come and, be a part of this, and we'll just have sport with him or her, whoever comes, or they, and, we'll just see how that is. Well, I love to go to those kinds of things, and this particular one I went to, and the hosting faculty member gave the introductory talk. And especially on the issue of life, but on the issue of gender and sexuality, listen to what other people say, because they are going to reveal their own inconsistencies dramatically. Okay? And this is an example of what happened. So this professor, who was the hosting faculty member for this big multi-campus event in Denver, he comes up, he introduces, and he says, my name is Professor Franklin, I'm in the communications department, and none of you know who I am, either male or female. And this was even before there were other genders that came along. So he was just, he limited the choices to just male and female. That was an interesting thing. But he goes, none of you know if I'm male or female until you know my story, until you've heard my struggles. And it was as if I said at this campus, Christ has risen, Everybody like, yes, absolutely, right on, you're very true. And I wanted to can I just guess? Could I just take a guess? I didn't do that. That's not a good idea. Well, he jumped into his talk and he gave a really phenomenal talk. And his talk was on sexism in advertising. And it was a talk that he could have given at Focus on the Family. What he did was he went through print advertisements and he said, you got to pay attention to this, okay? We're at a gender conference. He just introduced himself like he did. You can't know his story. You can't know who he is. So he goes into the talk. See this woman on all fours in that skimpy bathing suit? And see those three men up above, and they're all holding beer bottles, and they're sort of physically dominant against her, and she's in a sexually suggestive position. Okay, sexism in advertising. Now look at let's look at the next slide. Here's a beer bottle. Here's a woman's lips. Very red makeup, very sensual. They're approaching the neck of the bottle. The sexual nature, the phallic nature of the bottle, things like that. And he just went through ad after ad after ad after ad. And he was absolutely right. They were horrible advertisements. First of all, one observation was These were not from the Walmart catalog. These were high fashion magazines from New York, from Los Angeles, from France, where the enlightened people live. You know, this was not Field and Stream kind of stuff. It was really fascinating, I mean, just to observe that kind of thing. So it came to question and answer time, and I wanted to ask a good eliminating and illuminating question. What do you think that question was that I asked? Right. I said, Professor, I said, that was a phenomenal talk. And the images that you presented there are very, very disturbing. It's amazing how women are presented. You know, we're connecting there, okay? But I said, but you predicated your talk with the observation that we cannot know your gender unless we know your story, unless you have proclaimed that out of your own autonomy to us, and that it would be wrong for us to make an assumption. And so, I mean, you've apparently studied this stuff. Were you able to meet each of the models? And I don't mean this to be crude, but if you could see a textbook picture of an oh crap moment for somebody, I mean, like, he's like, wow, that's a good point. You know? And it's listening to what they say and taking what they say seriously, and then just simply asking questions about what they said. You know? But listening, really listening, and taking seriously what it is that they're saying. And then finally, it's important for us to have the rhetorical skills and for us to know our topic and to know what we believe and why we believe it. And then to be able to ask the questions, the right kinds of questions, the eliminating questions that kind of dismiss, okay, you say that you're for women's health care, but in abortion, it always ends up with a dead body. When you end up with a dead body, that's kind of like the opposite of health care, isn't it? I mean, like, kind of the Columbo thing, like, I'm not a genius here, but, can you help me understand this? And half the time, that dead body is a female body. Like, what do you do with that? Asking those kinds of questions, and sometimes tough questions, but questions that they have to face. So we can learn those skills, we can develop those things, but what's most important is for us to show, not just tell, I'm a Christian, but to show Jesus in our lives. And many Christians say, well, I don't want to speak, I don't want to explain, I just want to show Jesus in my life. Well, sometimes you actually have to tell people what you actually believe, but other times when you're telling them what you believe, you have to show them as well. And I think that's what's wonderful about, like, your example is, like, if you had gone to work there, they'd be like, you know what? Colin, he's crazy. Like, he believes wacky stuff, but we love him. He's just a great guy. And that's one of the great things about life, is for us to meet other people that are different than we are, who see the world differently than we are, and to challenge those non-believers, those people on the left, those people on the right, to say, you know what? Go meet somebody who's different than yourself, and if you're confident enough in your own beliefs, you can interact with them and disagree with them and still feel cool about yourself. It's a fundamentalism that says, nope, I just want people just like me around myself. I mean, that's just boring. That's not a good way to live. And so those are 5 of the basic kind of principles of evangelization and apologetics. To win hearts and minds, not just the arguments. To engage the person, not just the ideas. To listen twice as much as we speak, and to learn the art of asking searching questions, because searching questions can eliminate problems and things that they say they believe, but it can also illuminate new truths for them. And then lastly, to demonstrate, to show Jesus to people, and to be Christ incarnate to them. I think one of the greatest things that non-believers can say about Christians is, there's something different about you. You know, and then they spend the rest of the time trying to figure out what that is. And we're going to talk about it a little bit later, but we tend to underestimate the power and the presence of the Holy Spirit in our lives. Because people who do not have that, they're like, wow, there's something about you. And it's not just the books you read or the things you talk about or the quotes that you can throw out there. It's a different spirit about you. And we need to not underestimate that kind of thing. Now, I want to introduce Rachel Hall. She is a focus missionary here at Benedictine, and she is going to talk to us about practically and effectively reaching young adults who disagree with us on the things that we care about. She's been here at Benedictine for about a year. Before that, she was at a secular campus up in South Dakota, where she said it was a very, very different experience for her. But I introduce to you Rachel.
Thanks, Glenn. I don't know if you're able to hear me. I have a slide, but I don't know how to get it up, so it's actually not a big deal. But that's all right. It's.
If you just imagine it.
He is going to help you. Oh, perfect. Oh, wait, it's actually right here. But while she's getting it up, I can just begin. I love what Glenn led with, because essentially the things that I'm going to share with you is reiterating a lot of the themes that he spoke into. So thanks, Glenn, for that introduction there. And so to begin, I just want everyone to pause for a moment and imagine yourself walking down a sidewalk and being overcome with an experience of feeling insecure, feeling not knowing if you're loved, if you're cared for. Do you belong? Are you lovable? In this space, it may be uncomfortable, but I want to venture to say that most, if not all of us, have experienced this at some point in our life. As high schoolers, as college students, as young adults, and this is like a common experience that many young adults, from what I have seen in being a missionary, and from my time in college, from my time in grad school, I'm also an occupational therapist, that I've seen. And it's not until we actually engage our own story from this place of compassion will we be able to effectively converse with those who disagree with us. It's not until we enter into this place of compassion with ourselves in our own heart that we'll be able to effectively meet someone where they're at. So I just wanted to introduce this topic with that, because I think that's very important to us. And so from your classmate that's sitting next to you in med school, to your ethics professor that doesn't agree with you, to further down the road, maybe a patient, a young man who's suffered a traumatic brain injury, to a woman who's experiencing an unplanned pregnancy, coming at it from an angle of compassion, from an angle of your own experience, is a place where we're able to receive another's heart. And I think that is the key to a lot of this. And as Jesus' missionary, as Jesus' occupational therapist, but more importantly as a human, I think the blending of all of these aspects of my life and the aspects of most of ours is that we have a gift to receive other people's hearts and to also gift ours to theirs. And so in preparing this talk, a model that I was trained in using in occupational therapy is the PEOP model. I don't know if many of you are familiar with it, but it's the person, environment, occupation, participation model. And there's a reason person is first, because I cannot treat a patient's participation in an occupation until I've addressed the human in front of me, the person that's in front of me. And so that's the model that I've taken for speaking with you for these next minutes. And first of all, I want to weave in a story from my time, not at this campus, but a previous campus. And it was the first 2 weeks of me being a missionary on campus. And I thought I was this great, gonna like be the successful missionary and be in there saving souls, you know, like effectively meeting people where they're at. And the very first semester of myself being on campus, I met a young woman, and I primarily do outreach for women athletes. And she was on the volleyball team, and I was like, perfect. And she agreed to like get dinner with me. And so we got dinner, and it went really well. I asked her questions, we were engaged in conversation, and from there, we began to like meet up occasionally. I would cheer for her to volleyball games. We had a relationship. And I began to ask her like some bold questions about her life, about her and her boyfriend, her and her life. And in October, so this has been pretty much all of September into October, I received a text at like 11 p.m. at night, and it read, "Hey, please don't talk to me or text me ever again, period." And I was just like bewildered. Like, what did I do wrong? Like, what did I, like, how do I make sense of this? And after responding to her a little bit, I realized the bridge was already burnt. I didn't know if there was anything I could do to repair it, but I'm very grateful for that experience, that very first semester, because I think the experiences that don't go well also give us with an experience and a lens of understanding how we ourselves engage others. Because there's no formula for how to practically and effectively engage another in dialogue. It's taking into account your own personality, your own experience, and the person that is in front of you. And so I'll return back to this story. It doesn't end maybe the way that I would like it to, or maybe that you would like it to, but that's also why we're Christian, because Jesus is the one that is at the center of all of our stories. And so the three points that I want to make from my own experience, and Glenn also really touched on each of these. The first is seeking to understand, because we're not here to win arguments. It's encountering the person that's in front of you. And a lot from my experience, particularly working with women, a lot of them don't really care about the knowledge that I have until they know that I care. Like, they don't care how much I know until I show them that I care. And it's an encountering of hearts. Second, asking questions. Just like Glenn was saying, there's an art to asking questions, in particular asking open-ended questions. I think questions break down a mindset of control. I think it puts each other on an even line, a level ground. And simplicity is greater than complexity. Asking simple questions. You don't have to ask this incredible philosophical question to really gain ground with someone. It's often in the simple questions of, what do you think? How do you think? Or why do you think that? And how do you know that is true? And questions also offer to the other person a place where they're able to wrestle with what they're disagreeing with you on their own, if that makes sense. And so, because in being able to ask questions allows the other person to take ownership over what they're processing internally and externally, and to process that back with you. And it allows for a greater mutual space. And finally, sharing truth, yes. Be bold. Like, do not be afraid to even speak the words like, hey, I disagree with you. This is my belief system. This is what I believe. Be bold, yes. But if you're sharing just the truth without compassion, you're going to you're going to often hit a wall in the other person that can be overcome by simply sharing the truth with compassion first. And I think on this note as well, with the truth and compassion, this is where what I had us just reflect on in the very beginning, this place of insecurity, this place of wondering if we are lovable, if we belong, the spaces that often have the most disagreement, others have the most disagreement with you on, are the spaces where the other person or we ourselves feel the most insecure or alone in, and they simply want to be met in that place of their humanity. And when you meet a person in that place of humanity, that allows the walls to fall. And so finally, in concluding, just like weaving in the story again with this young woman in South Dakota. So that happened in October. I stayed there a whole nother year. And so 16 months later, I haven't spoken a word to this woman. I would see her on campus. She wouldn't make eye contact, like physically stick up her hood. She would run away from me, did not respond. And her and her like posse of volleyball girls ignored all the time. And I just want to speak into as well, something that's also very effective as Catholics is interceding also for other people, because we don't know what seeds we are planting and how the Lord is going to soften others' hearts. And my teammate last year and we would intercede for women. And I remember one day we were doing burpees for all of the women that had turned us down and that were had hurt us so much. So we would scream their names as we're doing burpees in our basement and be like, "Forbidden!" We would just do burpees. It was actually really beautiful. And so we would do burpees for her. And on Mardi Gras, it was Fat Tuesday of last school year, so a little over a year ago, I bumped into her in the student center, and I knew it was a moment to be bold and to simply say hi to her, to meet her in this place of humanity, in this space. And I saw her, and we'll call her Shannon, and I said, "Hey, Shannon," and I just looked at her, and she looked up at me, and I did not even expect eye contact. She smiled, and she said hello. And I just felt my own whole heart just and that was one of my victories from the entire year, was the fact that she responded back to me in this place of humanity. And we don't know either, when others disagree with us, what path the Lord is taking them on to come to a place where he can meet them in that place of compassion. That is all I have to share with you.
Good, thank you. It's interesting that, Rachel and I did not compare notes, but I kind of stepped on her, and it was the Holy Spirit who was guiding both of us in the same way, about asking questions. But she just stepped on something that I was going to talk about as well, and that is being bold. When she said that, I'm like, that's my next point. And it's cool how God works those kinds of things, but I'm going to share a little bit different story that reiterates what she says. And it's interesting, just your friend, Rachel, did you have any more interaction with her? Okay, yeah. And it's, just like that text at 11:30 or whatever, you know, like just don't contact me. Like people are interesting. People do interesting things, you know, and it's not necessarily about us. Sometimes it can be about us, but a lot of times it's about them. And you know what? Just keep praying, like, God, whatever you're doing in her heart. But your idea of just being bold, you know what? It's not offensive to go, hi, how are you? You know? It'd be offensive to show up at her place. That would be a little weird. Things, but you know, just like there's never anything wrong with just kindness and friendliness, you know, in that way. I'm going to give my second talk, and then we're going to do a little panel here just about practicality in engaging people, our peers, our authorities in issues of faith. And I'm going to have Colin and Rachel come down. If those in the audience out there, if you have questions, you can send those in. We'll get those and we can answer those. But be thinking of those questions as I'm finishing up this third session, my second talk. At Focus on the Family was founded in 1975, 1976 by Dr. James Dobson. And he was a clinical psychologist at USC School of Medicine. And he wrote a book in his evening hours. He wrote a book called Dare to Discipline. And it was a book that was kind of a response to Dr. Spock, who was a very permissive parenting advice guy at the time. And Dr. Dobson wrote this little book called Dare to Discipline. You know what? Basically, your kids need you to be a parent, not their next best bud, you know? And the book went nuts. I mean, it just like went crazy. And he ended up quitting his job. He started this little organization, Focus on the Family, to go out and talk to people about how to strengthen their families. And he hired a part-time secretary, and he just trusted God to bring and provide the resources that he would provide to do that kind of work. And in fact, he says Focus on the Family started with this idea. I'm just going to put out a shingle, not literally, but figuratively, that just says, help for families here. And we're just going to see what God brings to us today when we open up the doors. And I came to Focus on the Family in 1993. At that point, it had gone from Dr. Dobson and a part-time secretary to about 1,200 employees in a new building in Colorado Springs. I mean, just remarkable what God had done. But a lot of that had to do with Dr. Dobson's passion and his mission and his vision and the things that he taught all of us who worked for him how to interact with people. And he would say, Glenn, I was actually surprised when I got there how hands-on he was in the day-to-day. Because I wrote a memo on something, and I sent it off to somebody, and then the next day my phone rings, and on the little readout it says, Dr. James Dobson. And I'm like, I got to answer the phone, but I'm not going to answer the phone. It's Dr. Dobson. And I go, yes, Dr. Dobson. Because, Glenn, did you write a memo yesterday on such? I go, it depends. Did you like it? I go, yes, sir, I did. He goes, can I see you in my office? I mean, like, okay, longest walk. And he just had a question about it and just wanted some information about it. It's like, holy smokes, he sees everything. He's like God. But one of the things from him was he would have, and Focus on the Family is like the military. They have all these little acronyms for things. And one of the acronyms is E for E. And that is meet people emotion for emotion. Dr. Dobson, how do you want me to respond to this letter? I mean, if anybody wrote to Focus, called Focus, we would respond to them personally. Nobody ever, and still nobody ever gets a form letter. They get a personal phone call or they get a personal letter. In fact, before I started working there, I'm a writer. and I wrote an article and I sent it to one of Focus's magazines. And the turn down letter, the rejection letter, was one of the nicest letters that I have ever gotten. I mean, like, our communications people are just absolutely skilled because Dr. Dobson put into them E for E, emotion for emotion. So when you are dealing with somebody, a professor, the person who is over you in your medical training, another colleague, one who's a year up in their program and they think that they're better than you, and they're just like giving you grief and making your life horrible. How do you engage with them when, they challenge you when you're in an interview situation and they challenge you that way? To meet them emotion for emotion. When people are hurting, hurt with them. When they want to cry, just cry with them. A lot of times, like, what do you say to the person? You know what? Just being there with them. But I also like to say that if they want to fight, you know what? Respect them on that. Give them a fight. And that's that thing of confidence. And I have learned to do that on college campuses. Like, I am not a smart aleck person. I will not have a tone with people. I'll be kind with people. But you get, somebody in the second row who they're standing up and going to ask you a smart aleck question. It's like, I'm sorry, we haven't met. You don't have the right to, like, get up in my grill. You know what? And just give it right back to them. And the rest of the audience is like, you know what? Good for him. I agree with the person asking the question, but they thought they were a little much there. And that's important. Dr. Dobson would say that parents in Dare to Discipline, parents, when your child is itching for a fight, guess what? Give it to them. Let them know who is boss. And that's very, very important. And that goes to Rachel's point, is to be confident. To be confident. I work on a team at Focus, the communications team, and I'm one of the few spokespeople at Focus that is able to go like on cable news shows and to talk to reporters and things like that. And so in doing that, I'm always watching how people who go on cable news shows and when they get tough questions, okay, how well did they do and how bad did they do? And one of the things that I've learned in the last 2 years, and a friend of mine shared this with me, he said, Glenn, one thing that a lot of people make a mistake is they default to being apologetic for their position. Not apologetics in defending, but apologetic for, well, okay, so the question, Glenn, do you think that Caitlyn Jenner is actually a woman? What are you going to do with that? Or as they're saying today, trans women are women. Do you at Focus on the Family believe that? You can take you could take 3 approaches. You could just completely acquiesce to the culture and go, yes, women are whoever they say they are, and anybody who claims they're a woman is a woman. Yes, I'm down for that. Or you could go, no, they're not. They're a biological man who believes with all earnesty that he is a woman. That's what I believe. Or you could take the middle and go, well, it's a very complex issue, and we need to understand that, these emotions are big, and, well, I believe as a Christian this. This friend of mine was telling me that when you go out and you make your case for something, say what you believe and zip it. Okay? Jordan Peterson, that's what he does. And that's why he has gotten such a big audience, especially with young men, because okay, I may not agree with him, but he says what he thinks. And he doesn't, as they say in the South, chew his cabbage twice. He just says it, right? And that's important for us. Do you think a trans woman is a woman? No, I do not. Any other question? And the cool thing about that is the host is just not used to somebody being that way. You know, your faculty leader, your colleagues, you know, do you think abortion is taking a life? Yes, I do. That's what a successful abortion is. We could talk about the right or the wrong of that, the situations of that, but no, that's what it is. And so that boldness of just saying what you believe, and I find that to be the case. People do not know what to do with certitude. You know, they do not know what to, well, gosh, okay, wow, he really seems to believe what he believes. And people respect that. And so for us, about our faith, be bold about your faith. Don't be obnoxious. Don't be arrogant, but be bold about it. Do you believe X? Yes, I believe X. You know, when you take the host, do you believe that that's literally the physical body and yes, that's exactly what I believe. And I'm a person of science. Any other questions? You know? Just, you know, don't be obnoxious, but like just be straight out about it. And I think that's an important thing, and I'm going to close with this. I think that's an important thing in this year, the COVID year. COVID year has been the year of science. I'm a person of science. I follow the science. And we joke about that at work. You know, like, okay, after you get the vaccine, can you or can you not? Well, I don't know, but I'm a person of science. You know? No, science is just not this, you know, machine that you just always get the right answer. It's a system for eliminating options, you know, and that's what science is. I love that scene you were talking about. When you said it, I didn't think I'd go to a conference this weekend and hear about who's the woman on Monsters Inc. Roz. I'm watching you, Mazowski. I didn't. You won't think that you will have heard Nacho Libre quoted, but I love the phrase in the movie, are you a man of faith or are you a man of science? You know, I mean, this has been the year of people like, no, I'm a man of science. I'm a person of science. As if science is, I mean, science is a pretty cool thing. It accomplishes a lot of things, but it is not an absolute mechanism for telling us absolute right and absolute wrong. And we have to have that kind of confidence in the epistemological certitude, if you will, of religion, of philosophy, and of science as well. And to not be bulldogged or intimidated by people of science. You know, you're medical students. You're into science. That's what you're about. But to say that science can answer everything is not science, that is scientism. Just like I absolutely know what is right all the time is not certitude, that's a fundamentalism. And for, you know, those people that you applied to, like, well, no, there's no place for people like you here. Okay, gosh, that's a new kind of fundamentalism. You know, congratulations. You guys could go to Bob Jones University and teach them a thing or two about keeping, right? About keeping pure and, you know, and holy in yourself. And that's the thing, is challenge them. Challenge their open-mindedness in that sort of way to show that they're not quite what they claim to be in that way. So a theme that we're seeing here in this is for us to know what we believe, for us to be convicted and confident about what we believe, but it always has to take place person to person, soul to soul, eyeball to eyeball. I loved it when you said that, when you said to that girl, hey, how are you? You looked her in the eye. There's a connection there, and that's very, very important. We can know all the answers. We can defend all the things about our own faith. But if we are not acting and connecting person to person, it's going to return void. It's the words that we say are not going to have the kind of interaction that we want them to have. I want us to go. I'm gonna invite Rachel and Colin down, and we're gonna do a panel, and I'm gonna ask them some general questions, but we're also gonna take questions from those in the audience. But as we do, I want to give just a quick preface about, and this comes from the latest book that I wrote. This came out 2 years ago. Time flies. It was 2019, my goodness. The Myth of the Dying Church. And even just recently, we heard some data from Gallup. Gallup says, that for the first time, less than 50% of Americans are members of some church. And, that news went crazy. The media just jumps all over any news that seems to indicate a growing movement towards secularism. People are leaving the faith. And so I've looked at this topic for the last 10 years or so, and I finally decided just to write a book on this. And if you look at the really good research, you find that there is not necessarily a growing secularism, that faith is growing. Now, nominal faith is not growing. The nuns, one of the questions that we have on, how do we share our faith with a nun, and not the habit nuns, but the N-O-N-E-S, those who say they don't identify with any faith. We hear that is the largest growing faith group in the country now, those who say they don't have any faith. Well, is that true? Yes and no. I always love that as an answer. Yes and no. But mostly no. Because when you dig into who the nuns are and a growing secularism and people moving away from the church, when you ask the question, who is leaving the church? And we hear that in the evangelical community like crazy, like young people are leaving the church in droves. They're not. They're just not. Okay? What the nuns are is a new way that nominal believers are categorized. Used to, in sociology of religion, you'd ask somebody, tell me what you are. I'm Episcopal. I tell you what, we're at the Episcopal church all the time. Christmas, Easter, and Grandma's funeral. We're there, Okay, we're going to put you down as Episcopal. But now it's changing that, rather than Christmas, Easter, and funerals, I don't really have a faith. Okay, we're going to put you down as no faith. And it's the way that the sociologists are doing the work that they're, rather than saying, okay, we're going to sign you up for the Episcopal or the Catholic or the Presbyterian team when you've never really gone, we're just going to put you, don't really practically identify with any faith. It's not a change in belief, it is a change in identification. It is actually a more honest. It's interesting, a radio host, when I was doing an interview for the book, he goes, well, Glenn, basically that just sounds like separating the sheep from the goats, And no, that's exactly what it is, It's the real believers from the non-believers and the real believers from the nominal believers. So, I want us to know, and this is important for us as Christians, that that faith perseveres. Faith perseveres. Real faith perseveres. It's interesting that especially in the evangelical world, and I'm starting to see it some in the Catholic world, with Catholic speakers as they're like, oh, there's a great secularism coming, and people are leaving the church, and, half the youth groups that exist today will not exist tomorrow, or, in a year, because young people just don't find any relevance in the faith. It's just simply not true. Not only is it bad sociology, it's bad theology. And that is because what is it that drives the gospel? What is it that drives the truth of the Word of God? It's not our cleverness. It's not our advertising. It's not our youth programs. It's not our hipness. In evangelicalism, I mean, it's super big that way. Like, gosh, if we could just get this music entertainer to become a Christian, then people would be attracted to Christ. As if God is saying, oh gosh, I wish I could attract people to me, but let's get Bono, he'll help, Like, no, the Holy Spirit at Pentecost started doing some work, and he continued that work that day when Peter preached. Thousands came to Christ, okay? And then it happened the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. The Holy Spirit does his work, and he cannot and he will not be resisted. Now, there are secularizing places in the world, but the subtitle of this book is How Christianity is Actually Thriving in America and in the World. The gospel is exploding throughout the world. And there are some researchers doing co-work at Harvard and Indiana University, and they said that actually real faith, committed faith, people who attend church every week, actually read their scriptures, actually worship like they really mean it, those Christians are growing, both in the Catholic Church and in the evangelical church. In fact, the guy who, and this is a little bit off topic, but the sociologist who coined the term nuns, N-O-N-E-S, I called him, I talked with him. And he's like, you know what, Glenn, what makes me angry is I'm famous, I'm the nuns guy. When I go to the sociologist convention, they're like, hey, that's him. He's that guy. But he says, what the media doesn't report that I found was that there was one religious group that is growing more than the nuns, and he said it's what I call the nons, the non-denominational churches, the evangelical churches, the mega churches. Those churches are growing because they're vibrant. There were some scholars in Canada. They wanted to look at mainline churches. Mainline churches are declining, and mainline Catholicism is declining, okay? But what they found out was in Canada, they wanted to look at the mainline churches that are declining. Are there any of them that are growing? And they said, you know what? We actually found a few that are growing. And so they said the mainline churches, mainline being, Episcopal, Presbyterian, Methodist, who they don't believe in the divinity of Christ. They don't believe in the reality of sin, those kinds of things. We have Catholics like that too, right? I mean, they ought to all just go and join that thing called Unitarianism, because that's really what they're about. But what these scholars found was these mainline churches that identify as mainline Protestant, mainline Episcopal, Presbyterian, they are growing. What's unique about them? And they titled their study that they published, Theology Matters. And they found that a United Methodist church that is growing, a Presbyterian USA church, an Episcopal church that is growing, they tend to have conservative theology. And I love these scholars. They say they also have this different kind of worship. They have electric guitars, and they have drums, and they have, they project the songs. They don't sing out of hymnals. They project the songs up on a screen. It's kind of weird. Those churches are growing because they're vibrant. They're calling people to real worship. And that is true in Catholicism as well. I mean, I have friends, when I came into the church, I had evangelical friends who are like, Glenn, how could you join the Catholic Church? I know Catholics who they believe all kinds of crazy things. And I go, well, I have Protestant friends who believe all kinds of crazy things. And he goes, it's just that in the Catholic Church, we all show up together. You know, Protestants, the evangelical, the good ones, they go to that church. The wingnuts go to that church over here. Just in Catholicism, we're all here together, and it's hard to separate us out. But there are evangelical Catholics who know their stuff. And it's the JP2 Catholics, you know, that are recovering really what it means to be people of faith and to know what we're about. So as we start this next panel, I want us to know, and I want us to leave with an encouraged idea that the Holy Spirit is still on the job. The Holy Spirit is still running the church. The Holy Spirit still is God. The Holy Spirit still is irresistible. When Jesus says that not even the gates of hell will prevail against the march of heaven through time, when Jesus talks about Revelation, that John sees a multitude from every tribe that nobody could number, that's not a shrinking church. That's not a church that is declining in power. The Holy Spirit is efficacious. He can't be otherwise. And so we need to know for our faith, have confidence in our faith. We don't play on a losing team. God knows what He's doing. God is efficacious. The Holy Spirit is doing the work that the Holy Spirit does. So I'm going to have Rachel and Colin come down, and I'm going to ask them, in their work and in their experience, what are two things that they believe Christians should be mindful of as they're sharing their faith? And then what are also things that if they were in charge of the church, Christians should never, ever, ever, ever do again? So you're gonna hear that. And I will let either one of you start.
Two things we should do and two things
Two
we
things
shouldn't.
that you think are more Christians should be doing them in terms of sharing your faith, and then a moratorium. Christians should just stop doing X.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when you asked that question earlier to me, the first things that popped to my mind, and you guys both spoke about them, but like listening is so key that I think we cannot be like on the attack and on the, we have to push forward and explain everything to them in that one conversation. Like you have to listen and create friendships and... Okay, I think we're good. But yeah, creating relationships is the biggest thing.
Mine's off too. It must be you.
It's me.
No. Creating relationships there. And that's where like your experience of I wish, and you wish as well, I know that like, I wish that place could have gotten to know me, you know, because we can work this out.
Yeah.
And you're going to learn a lot from me, and I'm going to learn a lot from you if we'll just learn to be comfortable being around people who are different than we are, you know? And I really feel like that's an interesting question that for years I had debated. I told you I've debated the issue of same-sex marriage, and after a while, I got to be friends with people on the other side. And they would call, hey, you know, this one university called and they want us, you know, to come in November. Would you like to come? And it's like, yeah, I'll go do it. And so we would develop friendships. And one of these friends of mine, he made an observation. He goes, Glenn, you're treated much more hostilely on my campuses than I am treated on your campuses. And you could just see it. You know, conservative campuses or Christian campuses, he was just treated
I would say, personally, the two things. I would say joy. Do not be afraid to share your joy. Even something that Maggie was speaking of earlier when we had dinner before this was a young woman on her basketball team who it was her joy that really drew her to Christ. And so I think not being afraid to share our joy and the source of our joy with others is, I think, very key, and will open up others to a place of wonder. And second, to not discount the power of interceding for others. I think even in my time in like the hospital, like my spiritual director even like challenged me. He's like, are you praying for the people while you're physically touching them? He's like, you're in a healing profession. As you're touching and like helping others, like, are you interceding within your own heart for them? Are you praying for your patients as you're charting for them? And even interceding as a missionary, I see this all the time, and praying for women. I pull up their rosters and I'm praying and interceding for them every week, the women athletes on campus. And the power that comes from that space is so much stronger than anything I can do on my own.
Rachel, explain the difference between praying for somebody and interceding for somebody. I mean, when you're doing that, just for those in our audience who think, okay, well, interceding is just praying. Like, no, it's heavier duty than that.
That's a good question. I've honestly never really thought about the difference, but I would say it's like I will speak their name, or at least the women athletes here. Like, I'll go through and I'll pray for them first and last name, and then adding also in like whatever's coming to my heart of how I think the Lord, just like, Lord, like, please open up, like, break down walls or come into this space, but interceding more with like the Holy Spirit. And usually interceding now as a missionary, I do like with Jesus, like in adoration. When I was in the hospital, it was more interceding as I was with patients. I don't know if that's helpful.
No, that's perfect. That's good. And then the difference between, let people see your joy, the difference of happiness and joy. I mean, joy is a meteor kind of thing. When you say, let people see your joy, fill that out a bit more.
I would say allowing others to experience the hope that you have. I think joy, even with what Dr. Was saying earlier about like this blending of joy and hope, even when things aren't going well, there's like a joy within it. Or when things are going well, I think there's a deeper experience. You can tell it when someone's eyes are alive, when there's joy that's present.
I like that.
Anything to add to that, Colin?
Yeah, I heard something recently that was like, happiness is kind of obtaining this thing and being satisfied by it, and you're enjoying happiness now, but like joy is a longing for something more, and like a hope for something more. And I think that is like, profoundly different, and people can tell when I'm not just satisfied with this, I like am on fire for more of it.
That's good.
We have a couple questions. I don't know if Mike, so you guys could repeat it. This one's from Colin. How did most other residencies respond in interviews when you asked about not doing procedures against your beliefs?
Yeah, most residencies, almost all were.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the question was, what did other residencies say when I would ask the question about if they'd be okay with me not performing certain procedures or prescribing certain medications? And almost all the residencies were at least okay with it. They might not have seemed super excited about it, but most of them were actually very open to it, and like maybe said like, oh yeah, we have a faculty member that does that, and that's probably biased because those are the programs I applied to. But there was a handful. I went on like 14 interviews, or no, maybe it was 12, and like most of the programs were open to it, and maybe said like, hey, we have somebody else that practices like that too. And the program I'm going to it's super exciting because they were totally open to it. And then my first elective this year will be NFP, and it's like, what? This seems unreal. Just a lot of confirmation from the Lord that this is the right place to be. But yeah, and to finish the story from that one residency is, I didn't really get to say much other than that, I hold to my beliefs, and I believe that I'm giving people like the best care, and like I think I'm looking at them as a whole person, and that women need to be seen in this bigger light than they are. But I didn't really have much to say. I wish I would have had a little more to say because she had the fighting attitude. But then I sent an email kind of afterwards, just like thanking her for her time and kind of like explaining more thoroughly where my thoughts come from. So that's kind of how that story ended up.
Actually, I think that's it.
What are things if you're in charge, that Christians would stop doing? That's the fun part. And that's just assuming that you have an answer to that.
I can go. I think, at least when Glenn posed this question to us just this evening, the two things that first initially came to my mind, the first being skipping ahead when you're meeting someone and wanting them to be somewhere that they're not. And I see this a lot of times with, especially particularly in my past experiences of being a missionary. In my own life, I know this from experience, but wanting someone to be somewhere like 3 steps ahead of where they are and treating them in that space rather than actually where they're at. And I think that's very off-putting, because then they feel like a project, or that you're trying to push them somewhere that they are not ready to be in. And secondly, I would say, this would be a big one because Jesus is the only one that can transform our shame, but shaming people for, I think just shame, like allowing space and conversation for freedom. And I think that goes back to when you ask open-ended questions that allow space for freedom, rather than assuming things about people, can spiral down into a place of shame. Yeah.
That's good.
Kind of the first thing that comes to my mind is that we have a culture where people are using religion for like political reasons, and that really drives me nuts. That yeah, your faith does come into the political decisions you do make, but like it's just so intertwined at some places, and that's really difficult for me to see because like these two do not always go together.
Right.
So yeah, I wish Christians could somehow just fairly separate those when they should be.
Yeah.
And that I don't know people who speak about those things, but that I feel sometimes that it's inauthentic and that they themselves don't necessarily have a spiritual life or a prayerful life, and they're using it for their own means, and that's also sad.
Yeah. But that statement, I don't know them, that's a position of humility that's so important. Like, you know what? Yeah, talk to them, get to know them, connect with them. But no, that veneer of, and we can do that as Christians, is create these veneers of like, well, I'm this kind of Christian, I'm a political Christian, I'm a conservative Christian, I'm a gay Christian. Like, Christian's not hyphenated, you know? It's who you are. And that's the number one thing there.
Glenn and Colin and Rachel, that was a tremendous panel. Thank you very much. Hopefully that's going to be a favorite video to watch. Hopefully we can get that out to our students more to let them know about that. And tomorrow morning, for those of you in the room, Bishop Conley is saying 7:30 Mass in Guadalupe Chapel before we resume back here at 8:30 Central Daylight Standard Time. Think of questions you want to ask tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you. Michelle, is there anything else I need to mention to those listening? Thanks for being with us. God bless you and good night. It's going over to the main abbey, the main church. Go downstairs. It's like the crypt chapel, the downstairs chapel. Okay, cool. And that's at 7:30. 7:30, Bishop Conley. We're there at 8:30. So there is no breakfast. There's no meal here because they
into them. That's all their social media.
I prefer go through their website.
That makes sense. When
Yeah.
you said that, I was like, I remember the pictures. Yeah. So it looks like a couch is like that
Yeah,
top is
it's-
real, is like the
yeah.
crown, like you said, is all over the head. Yeah.
No, great question. So I love getting these little things that when I update the Facebook, I never get.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could just go in, update, and reprint it, pretty easily.
That's what they told me.
Yeah.
So, you know, whether it's next year or 2 years, I'll see what the editors say.
Yeah.
So do you think that other schools will get like their last students? 75 signed up. What kind of rate you're trying to get?
For this? I'm not sure. So I'm actually a focus missionary. That just has, so I have a little bit of medical background, so like this is all super.
Are you here?
What? As a focus missionary? Yeah.
Oh, so the great one, like 40?
There's 8 of us. Yeah. 8 full-time and 2 affiliates.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of medical background, so I just
Thank you. You're wonderful. As I say.
I love your socks, no matter how many times I do it.
So you think the students still contact?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. And you could actually understand that Maggie and I have a perfect story.
Well, I have to, otherwise I get bored.
No, you're never bored.
No, I bore myself.
Oh, you know, that makes sense. But a couple of the guys that I just work real close with and friends with, they're med students, or they're not med students, they're pre-med. And I know one of them is planning to come tomorrow, and the other one is a really big alcohol-free event tonight. Hypnosis students.
That's what they're at. Yeah, so there's a student life.
Yeah, that's what we see. I didn't go, but it's like, really like one of the biggest ones, one of these guys is actually like in it. So I think tomorrow they're playing.
I hope so. But I mean, the good thing is these are all saved online.
Yeah.
They told me that this generation. Well, I need to get to bed.
Excellent.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you.
And any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Real quick,